Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back. Back again. Time to play the Mythic Plus dungeons as the Blood Death Knight. If you guys didn't see, I did upload episode 1 of our playthrough of Aj Kahet, I think it's how you would say that zone. Very visually, they did a great job with the lighting in the War Within, man, I'll tell you what. So that's live now, you can take a look if you want to see it. Otherwise, we got Mythic Plus ahead of us here on this channel, so might as well keep a looking. We pretty much haven't gotten any progress. We made like, yeah, we've only, well, it looks like maybe like 4 keys. Yeah, we've upgraded like 4 keys, so not too shabby, I guess. But High Priest John, I think that zone is my new favorite out of the 4. Really? Okay. Definitely not for me. I don't really like the spiders and all that, like the theme of it, but it's solid. It's really pretty visually, that's for sure. So Algathar, we still haven't really done that, and then Uldaman, and then Ruby Life Pools. Sign up to some 12 since there's not a lot of options. Peter Baelish again, okay. Followed second by Hollowfall, then the outdoor zones, and finally the mine zone. Yeah, for me, Hollowfall number 1. I was just talking about it as I was recording this morning, but Hollowfall Spectacular. I love the story there. That's really why I like it so much. Hunchback, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Yeah, Hollowfall is number 1 there. But it's mostly because of the story. I think like the physical version of the zone is actually solid. It's like 7 out of 10, but it's definitely not the best. And then Dorn is number 2 for me. Man, that zone is fucking something. Especially if that crazy skybox we saw on the alpha there is gonna come in. I don't know what's going on with that, but Griffin as well. Welcome back. How the hell are ya? Yeah, I did test out that Stormbringer Enhancement Shaman. So you guys can go see my thoughts on all that if you desire it. Still waiting on Blood DK. We made a video last night too about my thoughts on the DK changes, but it was only half. If you guys haven't seen the... Oh, Zach. $50 throwing money around. What are you up to? Very generous, man. I really appreciate that. It's gonna play. We'll let it play. You can soar indoors if you start outside because it's not a mount. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. I meant to watch it. We'll do it later. Stormbringer seems very cool. Yeah, I think it's probably better for Ellie, yeah. I don't know. It like replaces Lightning Bolt every once in a while. I don't know how it would work for Ellie, but... Steve, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Good morning. Thanks for the DK suggestion. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Oh, sweet. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. It's something that you'll have a lot of fun with, no doubt. It does essentially the same thing. Well, in Enhance, it replaces it every 40 Maelstrom or something like that. So how does it work? Maelstrom weapon stacks, whatever. Rick said, Ankahaj video has been fun so far. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah. Unfortunately, not. It's gonna be a shorter one there because there's no delves to explore at this time. But I guess I spoiled that because I didn't reveal that in the first episode. But yeah, the zone doesn't have as much to explore as the other 3 zones.
Hey Metro, long time no see. I hope season is going well.
It's going well, man. $50. That's very generous of you, man. Thank you so much, dude. That means a lot. What you been up to? Where you been? What you been doing? Glad to see you again. So what for Dev makes them slow on blue spells? Yeah, I didn't see it either until... It's a talent in the class tree. I wanted to show the Death Knight tree anyway, so let me open that. The main player hub for the expansion is in the first zone, right? It seems like it, but then when you explore the Ankh-Hedge zone, it seems like there's another hub there. It's almost like Suramar. See it now? Yeah. And then there's a PvP talent, which is really, really, really cool. Yeah, there is Permeating Chill. This is why I love this character here. Disintegrate amplifies Permeating Chill to reduce movement speed by an additional 5% each time it deals damage up to 80%. So you would apply it with another spell and then use Disintegrate and it'll go all the way up to 80%. Echo, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Maelstrom is Ellie's resource. A spender costs 50, so every 400. Okay, so it's 400 for every 400 Maelstrom. Gotcha. So pretty much the same thing, yeah. Anyway, let's see the Death Knight stuff, because this is pretty wild. I don't know. It's a very different looking tree all of a sudden. Oh, that's interesting. That's fine, though. I don't know. It's too big. But yeah, it's a very different looking tree all of a sudden. I had not realized how many points you're going to need here. So, I mean, I don't think you can play without all three of these. So you got to take all three of these pretty much. You need the haste too, I feel like. Definitely taking Veteran of the Third War. Obviously, we're taking Icebound. Blinding Sleet, I mean, it's definitely optional, but it doesn't feel like it's that optional. Unfortunately, in order to get A and B, we need Runic Attenuation, which I do think is probably not super valuable. March of Darkness I will always take. We will take Wraithwalk. Yeah, then we need Unholy Endurance. Blood Scent is probably pretty optional. Let's see what it looks like if we don't take that. Obviously, Gloom Ward is just overpowered as shit. Damage taken from area effects. Yeah, I mean, that's maybe not that needed either. But one way or the other, we have to take something to advance down. Working a lot. Hey, Zach. Caught the end of your stream yesterday with the depletes. Hopefully some upgrades today. Yeah, man. How is DK looking in the War Within? That's what we're taking a look at right now. I think it's looking great. But unfortunately, they did nerf the... Yeah. Unfortunately, they did nerf one of the strongest parts of it. That's your character. Yeah, it looks good. I like that blue dragon. My dragon accidentally looks way similar to your naked leveling one. Yeah. It's like pretty much the exact character. But yeah, so the leech one, I guess we need both here. We can't even advance down unless we take 2 talents there, so... Things we didn't take were either Permafrost. This I don't feel like is very useful given how few talent points we have access to. But yeah, so now down here there's incredibly difficult choices. So Insidious Chill is probably the worst of all of them, but it's still very good. We have Rune Mastery. Consumes a rune, 3% strength. This should probably be made into a 1 talent point thing again. Same with Will and Necropolis. But anyway, Will and Necropolis obviously we need. Death's Echoes obviously we need. So those are like guaranteed picks. Now the problem is I do not want to be without Runic Protection. I don't see how we're not going to take Runic Protection. So that means we have to take at least one of these. Right now, in order to get 2 points into this, that's a hard thing to do. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now we only have, what, 5 points left, I think? So this is very, very, very good. I had not realized how good this was. Subduing Grasp. When you pull an enemy, the damage they deal to you is reduced by 4%, stacking up to 8. For 6 whole seconds. Now, what may not be immediately obvious is 6 whole seconds when you have Death Grip on a 15-second recharge means you can pretty much have a massive damage reduction on a single target a lot. Like 50% of the time, pretty much. Well, actually, really 100% of the time because you have 2 charges of Death Grip. So if you need nothing else, Death Grip will work even if it doesn't pull the enemy. Something else that may not cross your mind, since it says grip the enemy, when you pull an enemy, it says pull an enemy. Gorfiends works as well. So now Gorfiends is an incredibly powerful defensive CD because it's going to grab every single enemy. So you would grab every enemy and put an 8% damage reduction on them on the pull. That's crazy. That's so good. And yes, A-Bomb Limb does work. But the thing about A-Bomb Limb is it will not grip an enemy if they are further than 8 yards from you. You see? And the same enemy can only be pulled once every 4 seconds. So if you already have all the mobs next to you, A-Bomb Limb does nothing for this. Now, you're talking about this in the video yesterday. I think it's a bug. Or it just needs a redesign, basically. But hopefully they will redesign it, because as of right now, that would be very, very nice. But otherwise, A-Bomb Limb is garbage for this. Like, it's not going to help you. It's just an AoE CD. So at this point, if it doesn't work with this properly, then I won't use it. It's a useless spell now, in my eyes. And I think Gore Fiends is going to probably get moved somewhere, and that's going to be back to, like, everybody takes that. But those 2 talent points seem incredibly powerful. And then, unfortunately, that leaves you with very tough decisions. Because I feel like Osmosis is incredibly powerful, too. Like I was saying in that video. Just a flat 25% healing increase every time AMS is up, and you don't need AMS for, like, 75% of the combat you're in, you know what I mean? So it's now basically another Vamp Blood type spell. You just use it on CD. And then you can only choose one of these. So A-Bomb Limb sounds great, but if it's literally just an AoE spell, yeah, I don't know. Null Magic is very tempting. Blood Draw is still probably very weak. If they buff it further, it could be very tempting. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a tough talent tree. It almost feels like we need 1 or 2 more talent points. But like there's Permafrost not taken. I really wish I didn't have to take that. This should be over there, I feel like. Like Icebound does not. You're not gonna play without Icebound, right? Crazy. But so that it's a very difficult decision to make. Is there anything? I think there's something that makes Icy Talents. I can't remember how it works. Seems strange that the ability directly below it isn't affected by it. It is affected by it. Maybe I didn't explain that very well. It is affected by it, but it only grips targets that are 8 yards away from you. So yeah, oftentimes I do use A-Bomb Limb to grip targets, but like 90% of the time I use A-Bomb Limb to fight stuff I'm already fighting. You know what I mean? So it won't help you defensively whatsoever in that case. And even if it did, like, let's say even if it did grip a target, it's still only once every 4 seconds or something like that, I think, right? So it's like, yeah, it needs to be reworked. And I think what it should do is during the duration of A-Bomb Limb, it applies it to everything that it hits. Then it would be a much more suitable spell, because otherwise it's just a totally offensive spell, and I don't see a point to having that among these other 2. Like, how is A-Bomb Limb and Null Magic comparable? Like, they're not even the same type of spells. Right. So it doesn't do a little mini grip. No, the mob has to be 8 yards away from you. It says it right on the spell, which I actually didn't even know that. Like, I'd never really read that. An enemy is pulled to your location if they are further than 8 yards from you. Is Deathbringer the only talent tree, the hero tree shown so far? No. All 3 of them are in for Death Knight. And they're all very, very, very good. Where's the grant allies a baby AMS? Yeah, that's the bottom right one, yeah. Alright. Anyway, back to current game. It's actually wild, like, how much we have going on right now in a while. I have a slightly funny clip I want to send you. How can I send it? Best way would be to email the channel, which you can find the about page on the channel. Hey, Ajay, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
Alexstrasza charged us with protecting the light pools from the Primeless.
Beware.
I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
You won't be able to get bone shield stacks like that going forward.
Beware.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a huge, huge, huge nerf. This is one of the biggest nerfs they could have done to the class, and I'm worried that the next nerf that Like when they announced that they were worried about the flooding of resources, my immediate thought was, oh, they're gonna get rid of this. They're gonna get rid of Insatiable Blade. And they didn't do that, but they didn't do anything related to that yet. So I feel like it's coming, you know. I feel like that's just hasn't happened yet, but it is on its way. To be honest, A-Bomb Limb spoils us. We used to play without it. Just got too used to it. It's just very powerful. It's obviously it spoils us in some ways, yes, but it makes the class far, far easier to play. Especially when you're in your most vulnerable situations, and that's on the pull. So it's going to be a very big loss. Right, obviously I did play without it in Shadowlands, but one way or the other, if they get rid of all the extra Bone Shield stuff, it's going to become very hard to play again. Why would they nerf Death Knight? I mean, they're not necessarily aiming to nerf it, it's just class changes that are coming in War Within.
Only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's.
It's not like they said we plan on nerfing just Death Knight either. Like, they're talking about making those changes for every spec. Because they don't like how flooded with resources gameplay has been. Can't wait to try the Unholy changes. Oh yeah. Slayer, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm doing great. There's always a chance that Bone Shield gets reworked. Yeah, I mean, you never know, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. This is probably an incomplete picture of what's changing. Like I said, like the fact that they're making that grip talent such a capstone, it probably tells you that A-Bomb Limb is changing in some way, or that Scorpion's Grasp is changing in some way, you know.
Beware.
And that's a very powerful buff. Like the CD is 2 minutes right now, but maybe that changes too. You never know with the talent that already reduces it. But yeah, like having that up at the start of a pull and 8% damage reduction on every single target is pretty big. Sizable.
Beware.
Death and Decay change is super nice. What is that? Prune Brewmaster a little bit, like I expected, but they got rid of Bone Dust Brew. Oh, really? Surprised. I've heard that like Brewmaster has a lot of keybinds and it's probably too much. But I definitely do not understand where like the running sentiment that so many people keep espousing that the game has too many buttons in general. Like, I definitely do not agree with that. Like, that is definitely not what we want. That guy die again. Sounds good. Leaving strike works for 4 seconds. Oh, that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's not really something that I feel like I'll interact with much as Blood Decay, but it's probably going to help a little bit. Probably good for Unholy, though, right? Who relies on... They, like, super rely on Death and Decay, don't they? Blood Decay relies on it to some degree, but it's mostly just... It's just a maintained buff. Like, you don't need to be in it to maximize everything. Just helps. You can take a lot of passive options if you don't like all the buttons, but it's suboptimal, as is usually the case. Right. Okay, fun dungeon. Really hard fight. moving mechanics out of the group is always difficult. Yeah, we read that. Let's see. Why it seems like they're just removing the Shadowland spells? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure why they think like the problems with the classes that they've stated are problems, because I don't really find them to be problems. But I guess it's just not how they want it. So, is there a site where I can see what mobs I can use spell steal on? I don't know. I don't even play mage. Sorry. Which hero trees are you having fun with in the alpha? So yeah, if you've been around for a while, if you haven't been around for a while, I have a second channel now, and I've just been testing out like all the most interesting ones on that channel, basically doing like small leveling challenges with different hero talents. I'm really excited for Deathbringer for Blood DK because it turns the it turns Blood Boil blue, which is really cool. But the one I had the most fun with, honestly, was Frostfire Mage. That one seems like the answer to that question.
Beware.
I'm pretty sure we can still upgrade this. You can also set up Plater for that. Sure, Plater should show the buffs, yeah. Did you know they're giving bag stats? I saw that, yeah. That's something that they have never done in WoW, right? DK power? Yeah, I mean, could have easily finished that. Been a high amount of disbands this week. Oh, it's like 70% disband rate this week, yeah. Been absolutely awful. The worst week in a long while, too, honestly. Especially in the beginning of the season. I don't think we've ever had a week this bad in the beginning of a season. I mean, it's no reason to play with dumbs, so I feel him. There's no reason to play with dumbs, what? Then don't pug if you guys feel that way. You shouldn't pug. You guys want to act like that, that's fine, but the pug world doesn't have any room for it. Alright, see you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. At this point, I'm starting to think John Jones is straight up just dodging Tom Aspinall. I don't think he's ever going to fight again, honestly. Jones is talking about fighting Stipe or Alex Pereira. That would actually be a good fight. I'd love to see Alex Pereira fight John Jones, but I don't think John Jones is ever going to fight again. My thought is he is just retiring and he doesn't want to admit it. I mean, the dude like barely ever fought anyway. Like, when was the last time he was consistently fighting? He won't ever be a household name outside of the UFC like Conor is. You mean John Jones? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's got so many demons, man. I don't know what he's doing. Got so many problems outside the octagon. It's already been over a year since he's won the title. Right, yeah, it's already, like, he barely fights ever. When was the last time he fought consistently? Like 6 years ago or something? I mean, I know he got suspended a bunch and all that, but... Okay, we'll do Ruby again. This is the one we need the most, so hopefully we can finally tackle it. I can't see him being in films or having his own merchandise or media companies. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have the public will for that. I think he wrestles those demons publicly. Is Harry still banned from WoW? He's not banned. I don't think he's ever banned. He just quit. He just like deleted all of his shit. When do we get to see more golf content? Unfortunately, probably never, yeah. The golf course I used to go to and do all those videos has closed down. And even if it didn't, I don't really have time. I was thinking about trying to stream instead of make a video on it. Like, now that I have a good phone. Managed to double upgrade 13 last night. Instance is growing on me. And unfortunately, we have yet to finish it, so I'll let you know if we do. Jerry, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Hope all is good today. Yep, all is great so far. What are you up to? Glad to see you again. Golf stream, I'm in. Yeah, but either way, unfortunately, I'll probably never have an opportunity to do that again. I don't really feel comfortable recording when I play on courses with like other actual, like a decent amount of people, you know what I mean? I made like one video last year and that was pretty much it, but those days are unfortunately over. It's just too much work and not really any... Yeah, like I'd rather spend time on the second channel now at this point. Jones, I think, is the case of too successful, too young, and he let it get to him. Yeah, plus all his family successful too, right? Why did the course close down? I don't know. But probably because they weren't making any money. I think the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing was we had like crazy flooding late October, I think it was. And it blew out one of the bridges on one of the holes. And the bridge was already like they have not put any money into that course in probably like 20 years. So I think the dude's just like, all right, that's it. Like to get another bridge built there is probably gonna fucking cost more than they make in a year there. I think he's selling it to get land, yeah. His two brothers are pretty good NFL players. Are they still in the NFL, or was that a while ago? Eaton Beaver, what's up, buddy? Welcome. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's disappointing. I'm really disappointed that the guy won't like return my calls either. I left like multiple messages up there trying to get some answers. I made a lot of videos on that golf course, and even last year I said, he's like, oh, you're the guy who makes the videos, right? I was like, yeah. He goes, thanks, it's free advertising. I was like, yeah, no worries. One plays now and one's retired. Oh, okay. So he's probably looked at as like the black sheep of the family then, right? I don't know how much money they make in those positions they're in, but I'm sure they have very successful lives. The one that plays now is probably a Hall of Famer when he does finish. Oh, wow, really? Do you get extra score for doing it 1 week on Tyrannical and another one the following week? Yeah, you get like, you're supposed to get like, say like 15 points from both. And you get like 10 from the highest, from the one, and then 5 from the other kind of thing. The average NFL player probably well out earns the average UFC fighter, but that isn't saying much. Yeah, it just depends on how much you fight, I think, too. Like, John Jones just, like, never fights, so how could he make money? Bird, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. How are ya? Chili Moo Moo. Chandler Jones, been one of the best defensive players in the league since he joined, and won, I think, 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots. Yeah, I thought he was on the Patriots. That's cool. It's pretty wild. I mean, John Jones probably could have been in the NFL too. I bet. I don't know that he played football, but he's a hell of an athlete. Pacers Carlisle fined $35,000. I don't know. Good genetics run in the family. Yep. I'm doing good, just hanging out. How goes the keys today? Same as the last few days so far. Just some really bad play, and then bad levers as well, like selfish and impatient players. What talents are you using right now? I can show it real quick if you want to take a screenshot of it. While we wait for the hunter, though. Okay, there's the key starting. Chandler Jones, unfortunately, has gone pretty crazy. He makes videos with wild accusations like Bill Belichick killed Aaron Hernandez. Wait, what? And he's still in the league? Didn't the Druid yesterday tried to throw the key? What do you mean? I think Tom Aspinall beats Jones, though. Tom has a lot of power and moves like a middleweight. I don't think, like, like, he just doesn't fight. Like, I don't think anything about it. Like, he can't win. He can't, like, I don't believe that he's still an elite athlete. I don't know. I'm in X-ray school, and have a huge final on Monday I need to study for. I would much rather be watching you play, though. Well, I mean, hopefully you're in an education field that you enjoy, and then that will just carry you through it. The reason I'm streaming it all right now is because of the same problem you're having, though. College didn't work out for me. I couldn't focus on it. The field and the coursework wasn't enjoyable enough to be fully focused on. How good is the legendary on blood? It's solid. Obviously, it can be upgraded high now as well. It's purely offense, though, so it's basically just another DPS proc. I'm here procrastinating on law school finals. Jeez. I'm the Attorney General for the United States, and I'm just here watching WoW instead. Yeah, sorry. What did you study when you were in college? I got my bachelor's degree in biology with a minor in chemistry, and I got my undergraduate or my graduate degree, master's of arts in biotechnology. pretty much healing yourself. Yeah, there's no need for the healer's intervention. War was declared, but I'm currently watching Metro play Mythic Plus. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. I'm a 5-star general in the North Korean army. I'm literally gonna get killed because I'm on the internet, but I just want to watch some Mythic Plus pugs. Those are some challenging fields. Yeah, not really. Challenging to get jobs in. Yeah, definitely. This is why the best healer for Mythic Plus is Blood Death Knight. Yep. I'm also bio, but I'm pre-med. Yeah, I was trying to do pre-dental, but after I graduated, I sent out thousands of dollars worth of dental applications and didn't even hear back from 90% of them, so I had to give up on that, and then made another terrible decision by trying to go back to school and get another degree that I didn't use. And now I'm handcuffed by student debt for probably the rest of my life, but things are changing around that conversation at least.
Beware.
Did you have a high GPA? Not really, no. It was like a 3.4 or something like that I graduated undergrad with. Graduate school I got like a 4.0 because it was very basic and easy coursework. There wasn't all these different subjects I had no interest in. It was like 3.9 on graduate school, but at that point it didn't matter because there was nobody judging my academia. And basically failed organic chemistry. I had to take it a second time. I passed it, but everybody convinced me that I should try to take it a second time to improve my grade in it, and I didn't really improve it. I went from a 2.0 to a 2.5. And that was kind of the end of it. The end of the dental career there. I didn't realize that it was going to be that big of a deal.
Beware.
What's the highest GPA you can get? 4.0. Isn't pre-dental just not being born yet? What do you mean? 2.0 to 2.5 is a pretty high jump. I mean, I guess, but because I didn't get like at least a 3.5 in it, no dental schools would consider me, I guess.
Beware.
Which is crazy because I had a 95 or 98 percentile in reading comprehension and a 95 percentile in conceptual learning, or conceptual whatever it's called for the DATs. But because I was only like 80 percentile for the actual science stuff, I guess those fields are just they're filler. Nobody cares about those. I think you dodged a bullet. I wonder would it be staring at someone's rancid gums. No, I really wanted to be a dentist. Well, then I became a dental assistant after that. I do enjoy dentistry, and I mean the thing about it is like just like on YouTube, like I enjoy helping people. I'm very satisfied helping people. So that's what I wanted. I didn't necessarily care about dentistry. It's just a field that I was familiar with because my mom was an expanded function dental assistant, and I worked at the dental office growing up, and then I eventually I ended up working there later in life as well, but I wanted to do it. But then when I started becoming a dental assistant, I realized that I'm glad I didn't become a dentist because there's far too many ungrateful people, and it's very, very stressful. So I don't think I would have enjoyed it. It doesn't feel like you're helping people because most people going to the dentist, they're not there to get help. They're simply there to alleviate a symptom, and they don't care about actually taking care of themselves. Probably like 50% of the patients that walk through that door are not there because they want to be. They're there because they feel like they need to be. And that's pretty much, that's not help at that point.
Champion, now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
I think that's largely a problem with schooling here. They judge you based off subjects that are 0% related to your degree. Right, that's the thing that I had no idea about. I was like, all right, well, this is just like a prerequisite. Because like I knew a guy who didn't even get a bio degree. Like he went to dental school with a major in history. I'm like, all right, well, what the fuck? I don't like, you know what I mean? Like, what does organic chemistry have to do with dentistry? Like, I did know that it was going to be like the biggest precursor to failure that I could possibly have put on my head. Every second of education that I've had has just been one big bad decision. One big bad piece of advice after the next. Like, I only went to become a dentist. I only went to that field that I ultimately ended up sinking $100,000 of debt into because like I wanted to be like computer tech. Like I wanted to learn how to code and I wanted to learn how to do stuff on the computer like that. And the guidance counselor in my high school was like, no, you want to be in the medical fields. It's like I had really high science grades, and it's like, no, you should try to get into the medical field. It's like ever blooming, like it will be a renewable field. There's always jobs, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, all right, well, he's not wrong about it, but you can't get into the dental field unless you're actually a dentist. And you can't get a dental degree without being accepted to school, so just very incomplete and bad advice from the ground up. And then, you know, all right, well, you didn't get into dental school. You should continue your education because they'll consider that dedication, and then you can reapply down the road. Okay, great. Another $50,000 in debt. Oh, and they still aren't interested in me. Wait, why did we banish it?
2, 1.
I feel like doctors and other medical professions have similar feelings about what. Do it again. Maybe this, yeah, maybe sink another $50,000 into it. Maybe you'll eventually get it. The thing that like was just unbelievable though, like these there was some applications that were $1,000. Most were $500 to $750 just to apply to the school. Like no, I'm not giving you money yet. You didn't accept me. $1,000. And they don't even tell you no. You just never hear from them. They just never respond to you if you don't get accepted. Got called the worst healer ever when 3.3k DPS and a 10 didn't do a single point of damage to Umber Skull Hardened Crystal. If you're out there running keys like that, make sure you're pressing the record button and send them in. Love seeing stuff like that. That's insane, and they keep that money if they don't accept you. Yep. Yeah, it's like a processing fee because these fucking geniuses who are reading the applications are far too busy to do their jobs. You need to pay them to do their job.
Well done. You have secured the first pool.
Like if
See to the others.
the school isn't making enough money. I'm still really surprised we haven't mobilized a student debt solution. Even people who gripe about debt forgiveness would probably be over it in a few years. It's getting better. The conversation's becoming a more appropriate discussion finally. But there's a lot of problems to work through, obviously. It's just bad from the ground up. Nobody should ever be charged that much money for education. I personally believe education should always be extremely cheap, if not free. I know that's not going to be a very popular sentiment in the United States of America, but it certainly shouldn't cost as much as it cost me when I get, frankly, stuff I could have learned online. Like, I didn't realize, like, probably at the time I couldn't have, but like, there's literally like full course lectures from Harvard online for free. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What was the point of paying all that money to go to fucking a basic ass education in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania? Sucks lots of jobs require a degree when on-job training would suffice. Right. That's the problem. It's like, obviously there's like, you know, if you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or something even further into those fields, obviously you need education. But I think like most jobs, you do not learn anything about what the actual job you'd be doing daily is from college.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
I hope you don't give up on your dreams of becoming a dentist. Oh, it's long given up on. That was like 12. Alright, I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore, guys. I really don't. Am I missing something about this mob? Like, what? I don't understand what keeps happening here. This has happened, like, pretty much every single key I've done this season now. It looks like he's about to be skipped, and then he just shows up. How did that get aggroed that time? The lock was standing right in his path. So it's just not... Is this just not skippable anymore? Like, I don't know what else to do. I've yet to do this dungeon where we skip this easily. Luckily it doesn't look like it's going to wipe us, but I've skipped it every time. Well, you can have a look at what I'm doing wrong then and help me out, but I've yet to have it, like, I don't think it's been a clean skip, maybe once the whole season so far. It always ends up getting aggroed somehow. I usually pull up to the fountain. I mean, I don't, like, where would I don't think I did anything wrong there.
The last pool is safe.
Spam mark the small fountain so group moves into it and doesn't pull.
Before she can summon
Just try to, like, trick people into moving different places, I guess.
Beware.
All the way up there, okay. Luckily we're just, like, absolutely destroying this dungeon, so it doesn't really matter.
3, 2,
Beware.
This will absolutely be our worst key of the season, though, just because of this one mob, it seems. I don't think it's your fault, it's other folks spacing out. I also pulled the fountain, but only because I hope it forces range folks to come closer. Yeah, I guess that's a good option. Just try to force them into moving closer. I think I actually did that in Season 1 as well, now that you say that. Why don't you pursue programming? I don't know. That was something I wanted to do when I was like 16. I haven't thought about that in like 20 years. Now I just basically, like, that itch gets scratched by me just like modding games and stuff. Learn just enough to get something I want to get done, and that's it. Range players just love standing at max range for no reason. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what's happening there, but it just, like, it comes, like, out of nowhere. Like, I feel like the dragon was not, we were not in a spot where that would have aggroed. I don't feel like he just showed up.
You cannot escape the heat. Nothing but ashes. Be overwhelmed by the flame. Fire, consume my enemies.
3, 2, 1.
To the flame.
We're just not gonna interrupt this.
You cannot escape the heat.
This is gonna be a sad season, guys. I can tell you what. This might actually be worse than Season 4 Shadowlands.
Be overwhelmed by the flame.
Tyran is rough, is it? I mean, we just wiped to people just not interrupting. I don't think that has anything to do with the affix.
Alex Strathers.
It's kind of weird to me that I used to fear the second boss of Ruby Light Pools. Now I fear the Arcane Cleave on the AV boss. Yeah, I mean, it's just a different damage profile, I feel like now. It's easier to survive as Blood DK.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself.
You think people would know what to do since the D4 dungeons aren't new content? That's what I thought too. That's why I made that video 2 weeks ago, but I guess a lot of people just simply didn't play in season 1 and 2. Thankful for Mop Remix. Yeah, I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome. Every key I do, it's almost always at least one carry. Some keys have absolutely no clue, but some people have absolutely no clue, but they can brute force it. Yep. Yeah, that's been very, very common for us as well. Like one guy getting like halved by the other DPS. Okay. That's just embarrassing. Like that's just that's pathetic. Are you gonna play Remix on this channel? No, it's gonna be on the second channel. Next Tuesday and Wednesday we'll be doing keys on here, and then starting Thursday I'll be streaming on the second channel for at least 2 days, if not 3 days. We'll see. See how much we get done. I want to start Remix as a tank, but still undecided if I should play Blood DK or Bear. Blood DK seems like the one that has the most... Like, if you look at all the powers and all the stat options and all the stuff that's going to be in there, do you feel like Bear would benefit the most from it? I don't feel like it would. I feel like Blood DK is going to be the one that benefits the most from all that stuff. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but to me it seems like you want to be on the most like bombastic class you can be for that remix shit, you know what I mean? Like there's so much craziness going on there that you'd pretty much choose your spec based on how crazy it can theoretically get. That's the way I look at it, at least. The new fixes in Corporal and Afflicted are the worst for pugs. If there's some mechanic going out at the same time they spawn, it goes out. Yeah, that's been an issue, but hasn't been that big of a problem, I don't feel like. That wasn't a 12, was it? I think that one was a 13 this time, right? Oh no, still 12. Do you need any updates for the weekly score part yet? No, I just made some adjustments to like how much score it's giving, because now like a 10, you know what I mean? Like the number was based on 20 and now it's based on 10, so I just like doubled everything there. But yeah, I think it's solid. I haven't really looked at it, but let's see where it's at. Yeah, so like last week I should have 29-26, which is Yeah, that seems like the perfect number, so. I just multiplied everything by 3.5 and it came to a number that seemed like the right number. I think so. That's been a great, I really like that feature. That'll be really nice moving forward and also even like late in this season. All my Pokemon cards are officially in Phoenix, Arizona. So that's good. On their way to California. Hopefully they make it without any problems. And then the grading process can begin. It does sound like by the time I would actually be able to make money off them, it's going to be like 3 months from now. It says it's supposed to take up to 45 days for them to be graded. Like what? It's just they're that backed up, I guess. Are you missing the helmet enchant? I don't have it, if that's your question, yeah. I was going to try to get it, but I just don't really have the time. I guess now I have a little bit extra time than I expected to have this weekend, but just don't really have the time to do the raid, but I might try to get it done maybe tonight or something, we'll see. I have 4 more bosses that I haven't killed. And I have 29 out of 50, so I assume I'm not going to be able to get it this week one way or the other. So I'll probably just, and apparently you have to go back into the raid anyway, so even if I did get it this week, I probably wouldn't have time to do another wing of LFR after that. So I'll probably just do one of the 2 wings, and then next week I'll just do the first wing again and presumably finish it in that first wing, and then I don't have to queue for it a second time to go turn it in. Hey there guys, it's Metro Friday. What's up, buddy? Algorithm how or yeah. How do you feel about the hero talents for not just blood but for other tanks? Do any stand out? I haven't really looked at other tanks, to be honest. I've just been looking at like all of them as like a composite across all the characters, and not any of the tank ones have stood out to me so far, honestly. That Templar Paladin was the one that seemed the most powerful and the most invigorating. But the one I had the most fun with was definitely Frostfire Mage. That one's just gorgeous. Come up with any clever names for your remix characters? Nah. I don't plan on actually playing them. Like, they're not going to be characters. I'll probably just delete them after remix is over. Doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well, and hope the keys are merry and full of upgrades. They don't seem to be, but I appreciate you saying that. Hopefully that'll change. There's Faxi in the chat, or in the queue thing. Will they take him? Seems like a no. I haven't looked at like the ranking websites in like probably over a week now. Let's see. Archon GG, has this website done anything? Or are they still posting bullshit? At least the numbers make sense on their page now. Check out the tier list. Okay, let's do it. So Ogvoker is still the #1 spec on their list somehow. And apparently Fire Mage is still higher than Frost. I thought everybody said people were playing Frost now. Be cool if there was like a tattoo for only characters that came from Remix. So you can show young Johnny in the future a tattoo. I mean, there's going to be mounts and stuff. Just stuff that's going to be specific to Mob Remix that'll probably be gone afterwards. MythicStats.com is the other one. Let's see this one. Yeah, that does not make any sense to me. This also makes no sense. You gotta click specs, that's what it is. Those have at least changed since the last time I looked at them. Ret #1 overall for Melee. That's kind of crazy. Don't think I've ever seen that before. I accidentally went into a dungeon with damage numbers on. Yeah, it's like, can't even see it. It's like so spammy. D for Death Knight. Alright, what was this one? Uldaman, right? Yeah, it's Uldaman. I'm looking forward to seeing how Mountain Thane or Colossus Warrior plays out. Oh yeah. The Warrior ones do not, like, they're the ones that I'm the least interested in, sadly. I tried Colossus. I actually recorded a full episode of the Colossus and I just deleted it because I was like, I'm just not, this is boring as fuck. They had 0 visuals to it and it was not, it didn't seem to change anything about the playstyle of the character, so I tried it as Arms Warrior. God, click that off. Female Pandaren Death Knight, no. I won't do that. That's disappointing. Was really hoping they did something cool with it. I mean, it's still very possible that they will. It's just I tested it out in the alpha and there was nothing interesting. Hopkey's been going today. Not great. 2 disbands in a row now. Hopefully gonna break that streak here.
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquished to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
Pretty crazy big damage from Paxi there.
What's this? Run away! Protect our riches, I bet! Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long.
Well executed pull. I'll have to rewind and replicate that. Oh yeah, that's definitely... This dungeon's really good for pulling. It really rewards a good tank. These berserkers you want to try to really make good use out of too, because they make the damage. They improve your DPS on every pack that they're dying in. Unfortunately, sometimes they just die too quick, like in this pack. try to drag them in.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Did it buff it? Yeah, it did. Good. Greeting, Kalal. What's up, buddy? Welcome. How you been?
Run away, little girl.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna wipe to the fix. Sweet. Don't troll me, please.
3, 2, 1.
The issue I seem to have with attempting that sort of pull out is people DPSing hard while still gathering. Oh, that'll be a lesson you can teach them very easily. As soon as they die once, they won't do that again. I was watching Cowley play through some of the new dungeons, and there are more profession-specific abilities. Oh, yeah. I have not done the dungeons, unfortunately. Blood DK is still decent without the legendary. Yeah, they only have it's only an offensive spell, so you'll just do less offense.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Roma, you cheat here. Gonna smash you. Trolls, fight for your chief.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
You know if it's worth using the bullion for Ash Candor if the legendary isn't dropping? I have no idea. I have the legendary, so I have no idea. I've never owned Ash Candor. Does it have good secondary stats on it? Because honestly, if you're just getting any other item, you should probably just get the one with the best secondary stats on it. You can just try to get one from the vault instead. Like, I don't know how good the defensive benefit of that weapon is. Maybe it's somehow comparable, but I doubt it's going to be worth an enormous amount.
Beware.
Now you're gonna be sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to be sorry. You're right.
Smash 'em. Bromark warned you. Bromark always right.
The proc isn't huge, but it's enough. Oh yeah. What secondary stats does it have on it? Seems to be a big disband boss. Yep. I don't think we've killed that boss this week. Are you undead? Whoa. Oh, it's because you have coin in many faces. Okay. It's crit mastery. Okay, not the worst, I guess. Do this boss instead.
I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them.
3. Beware.
I've got you.
Beware.
Romax seems to have woken up in the wrong side of bed this morning. Yeah, I don't even understand, like... I used to see whenever we'd pull like that aggressive shit where we pull the boss with all the trash up, people would die early, but like everything was dead well past the time there. I don't even know that the buff was still on the boss at that point. What's happening? Why am I, what's going on?
Beware.
I have no idea why I didn't. Did I just not press the spell or something? I don't even know.
Stabbed you with the pointy end.
What was that? I guess I just didn't press Death Strike or something? I have no idea. I'm not sure how I died there. Oh, I don't have runic power for it. That's why. And the stun is ultimately what... Yeah, I got clipped by that brutal slam, and then that's GG. I thought I had enough Death Strike. I thought I had enough runic power to Death Strike. $12 or $13. Your Death and Decay faded, so Death Strike costs more runic power. Is that... Wait, really? What happened? I only had 34 anyway. Just wasn't paying attention. That spreadsheet is ugly. Is Faxi playing Marksman as main this season? I don't know, maybe he was just trying it out for that key. Shaman, Hunter, Paladin, Windwalker. %20 completion for the week. Is it even that high? Is bad. 81.82% depleted. 72% disband rate currently. You timed it 12 hauls? That's wild, is it? I feel like 12s are very easy, like I don't know. It's like these keys are not really, like, I don't know, people just don't do like that Ruby Life Bolts where the guy's just not interrupting. Like it's mostly stuff like that. Hall seems pretty easy. We even had a very easy upgrade on the 13 yesterday, and then the monk died twice on the last boss. Hyra slaps hard. It really doesn't, though. That's what I'm saying. Most of the failures have just been simply to people being inattentive. Oldeman's pretty hard on Tyrannical, definitely. That one is probably the big exception. Luis, what's up, buddy? I have a clip of a wild disband that happened to me and would like to share the event. Did you take clips? And how can I upload it to? Best way would be, well, you'll have to upload it either to Google Drive or YouTube or something like that. And then the best way to send it to me would be through the email on the channel, on the About page. If you can do that, that'd be great. If not, whatever, you know, whatever's best for you. Alright, let's get back on the right side of things here, hopefully. Algathar should be very easy. This one I feel like we just didn't have a lot of opportunities at. Don't really get these comments though. Frost Mage and Shadowlands pre-patch, and we are probably fucked. They classified the class tree as Frost Changes, lol. It seems like they only have a dev for Unholy, and then Frost and Blood get thrown around to whoever else has free time. What? People say stuff like that. Food buffs are so silly. You have 16k stats, now have 75 more. Yeah, they never improved the food like at any point, right? That's weird. Neither are the potions. The offensive potions. Yeah, it's 886 stat, which is what? It's not even a tenth of what I have. It's funny. I remember the potions of Old War, man. Those are crazy. They were good. Back in Legion, the old days with like potions, I felt like they were way more powerful. But I guess that was just in the beginning of expansion, so it's hard to keep them relevant without making new ones. They could just make it like a percentage of your stats instead. That would certainly be more valuable long term. All right. This one I expect to be much easier for everybody. Hopefully it will be all right. And we got Holy Paladin, 2100 player right now. It's highest keys of 10. Sweet. See how it goes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My Evoker Legendary gives more strength. Got to the last boss in Ultimate last night with 8 minutes. Didn't time it. Did complete, however. Oh yeah, what did you guys wipe on there? That last boss is pretty tough.
Welcome.
That one's probably going to be really hard to upgrade this week regardless.
I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is
Sub-stat food is better this season due to stat blow. Gotcha.
How wonderful.
Sub-stat, what does that mean?
It's been quite some time.
Hog joins my alt Mythic Zero yesterday and was doing nothing. So he was learning on the fly. New Mythic Zero doesn't seem an appropriate place to start a new spec. Oh, really? I mean, I'm not sure I agree with that, but as always, I will encourage you, if you're doing, like, especially Mythic Zeros at this point, if you're doing zeros out there and running into crazy moments, you should hit that record button and send them in so we could laugh and also learn. Oh, you mean like the stats that I'm not prioritizing? I guess I see what you mean because of the DR or whatever, right? Hey, now a 10 is better than a 6. I just got through watching that on your VOD. Did you complete the 0? Yeah, I actually would love to see like how people are handling those types of setbacks in zeros, because you can just replace people. I think a lot of people just scatter to the wind, right? Like they don't even try. The old days, if people acted silly in content, they would just get kicked, and then you'd replace them. Where else but Mythic Zero, though? Not even a key. Right, yeah, that's definitely the place that people should be learning for sure. I feel like without a timer and without bricking, who cares? Right, you would just continue in my expectation. Holy Pally, what year is this? I like seeing Holy Pally. Hope your Friday is going well. Blaylock, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Mother's Day this weekend, right? Gonna try to stream tomorrow, and then we're going out because my mom is gonna be busy on Sunday, so then I'm going out right after the stream. So we'll hopefully have a good one tomorrow, and then go right into a nice dinner. I don't know, where should we go? At least if it's not Mother's Day, it shouldn't be too hard to get into somewhere. Hopefully.
Please excuse the mess. It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
Take her to Taco Bell. That's not, yeah. I'm still hoping for a place a little bit more upscale than that. Going to see my mom on Sunday. She turned 75. Oh, nice. Hope that she's healthy and that you guys are able to enjoy your time together. Zero did not finish. So what stops it from finishing? Like, go to Pizza by Alfredo. Take her to the OG. When you are there, you are family. What is that? Yeah, so like, what stops a zero from finishing? Like, what? That's why I like to see recordings of it, because I don't really understand. Oh, Olive Garden. I actually, yeah, maybe we will go to Olive Garden. We really enjoyed going there when my uncle got her a gift card for it, and it's a really, I don't know, people say like it's not a good restaurant, but I don't know, man. Food was very, very good. And it's like super cheap. Unlimited salad, man. That really saves me a lot of money. Lost dad last year, my sister the year before that, so she's all by herself now. That sounds very familiar. All right. Okay, not. Oh, he's just far away. Shrimp carbonara pasta at Olive Garden. It's really good. I haven't had too many different dishes at Olive Garden quite yet, but I said that free salad and breadsticks thing is really crazy. That really makes it easy for me to go there, because I basically only need one entree where I normally have to get two meals to be able to eat enough for one meal a day. But it also makes it hard because I want to try some of their appetizers, but I don't think you get the salad if you get an appetizer. Priest forgot to do mechanics. I'm surprised to hear that. I had a healer leave not good 0 after the first opponent was for me raging about aggro. He was getting charged by the war spear, the one that always charged. You gotta record him, please. Please just record him and send him to me. I gotta see a 0, dude. I'm like thirsty as fuck, man. I'm trying to do a 0. I really want to do a 0, a funny 0. I think it'd be really great. I think it'd be really great if we had like a really funny 0 on the channel. You will get salad if you get an appetizer. Oh, really? If I just get an appetizer? Oh, that's crazy. I might try, because they have like this big shrimp appetizer thing. I want to try that. What's the, let's see. Olive Garden. Is a program needed to record? Yeah, you'll need something like OBS. I had 439 Rogue and a 0 in Season 2 gear that pulled 50k overall. That's probably really common. I always get the $5 take-home meal when you go to Olive Garden. Wait, what is that? I've never heard of that. Twos are amazing too. The magic you can see while you farm crests. Yeah. Had a 0 bricked on first boss of Ruby. Had about 7 to 8 deaths across the group on trash and a full wipe on the first pull. Group leader said I gotta go and the group expanded. Okay. That is a little bit more normal, I guess. Like, I feel like if I was a group leader and we had like a bad group that couldn't kill bosses, I'd just kick them and start over. Like, I don't really see any reason for it to just like stop. I just had an 8 disband due to wiping on the ads during the transition of the last fight. The tank went poof after a few attempts, so I get it. But we were at the finish line. Yeah, that's always frustrating. Especially in a low key. Fans happen all the time on 0, and finding people after you kill a boss or two is harder because of the lockout. Is it? What lockout? It's only a loot lock, right? I guess a lot of people don't want to sign up to a key that they're not going to kill all the bosses in, though, just for time efficiency. Then you're forced to start over anyway, so I would still try. Like, I'd rather try to get other people to want to be time inefficient than me subject myself to time inefficiency. I forgot to write it was during halls. The ads kept killing us. On the last fight? Is that what we're talking about? That fight's actually pretty hard to tank nowadays. The water boss, we ran the gauntlet and then there were 4 ads. They smashed all of us and the tank survived. Oh, yeah, you need to stop those casts. Oh, shit. It's just gonna be a wipe. See if we can survive. We have Purgatory still. Probably the worst part about the week is it's so much harder to solo save bosses. Are 12s like 22s last season? I don't know. I don't fully understand it. Everybody keeps saying like it's 10 lower, right? Which is what Blizzard said, obviously, but it can't be 10 lower because there was no 1. So if it's 10 lower, then that means a 2 is an 11, not a 12, right? And I tried to have a conversation about this a couple weeks ago, but It doesn't seem like I don't know really how to go about it. Like I don't know where to find the answers, but all you would have to do is just look at the modifier or whatever. Where is it? Here. Look at how much health and damage each is giving, and then compare it to last season. That would be the way you'd figure it out. But I don't know where to find that information. I don't know if that's on the internet somewhere.
Veximus did not absorb any arcane orbs.
I believe they said that a 20 would be like a 10 now. Right, and that's just not... That's not possible. If it was a uniform 10 down, it would be... It made the math, like, on the numbers themselves don't work. From the internal score API, they're treating the 2 the same as the 12. So like 11 just doesn't exist in this new system. Because they said like the Mythic 0 was supposed to be up to a 10 difficulty. And then 11's just been removed, I guess. Interesting. This is probably where the notion comes from. Right. I mean, Blizzard basically said it, like explicitly said it, but it's just obviously there's more nuance to it than they're making it sound.
Well done.
Yeah, this appetizer is called... Oh yeah, they have also lasagna frita. I want to try that. And then shrimp frito misto. That sounds good too. Nice solo. Thanks. That one's actually kind of a pain. How long have I been playing DK for? Let's see. We have been streaming for an hour and a half. So about that amount. Does Olive Garden have a salad bar? No, they just bring you the salad in a giant bowl and you share it with whomever you're there with. They were waiting for you to kill the boss to leave. I mean, that's the only option they have. They can't leave otherwise. Is that a 12 or? I can't deal with buffets. People are too disgusting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel you. I've not been to a buffet in a very long time. Since the change to group finder this week, it has felt very laggy. Oh, really? That's a lot of disbands. Yep. Yeah, it's up to probably like 75% now this week. 73.91. This is definitely the worst week 3 I've ever had. Like, not even, there's probably nothing even remotely close. When did you start OMAD and why? I started it in probably like 2019. Maybe not that long ago. I don't remember exactly when I started it, but I could definitely answer the why. I started intermittent fasting, so I stopped eating like anything before, I think I used to eat at noon. I stopped eating anything before noon and nothing after like 6 o'clock after I'd eat dinner. Because I was constantly feeling like I was like super lethargic throughout the day. Like I felt like I had just like zero energy. And I was like reading up on ways to improve energy, and a lot of people were saying like, all right, it's because of what you're eating. So I tried changing my diet. I tried doing a bunch of stuff before this, but none of it worked. And then like literally as soon as I started fasting, it was like night and day. Like I had like no fatigue at all in the middle of the afternoon, which is what I like literally used to just like, I would eat lunch and then just fall asleep basically. That's how tired I would be after that. So that's how it all started. Then I think OMAD started because I just didn't have time to eat when I would work. Like the guy that I work with, he doesn't actually take a lunch. I worked with. He didn't actually take a lunch break. He would just like eat throughout the day whenever he had time. So there was like no uniform time for me. Wait, why are we gonna ask for a ball? I don't need this key. There was like no uniform time for us to eat. So I just stopped eating lunch as well. And then I realized like, and when I used to work, it was a fucking mess because I would like not sleep the night before. Like there was some nights where I literally would go to work without an hour's sleep. And it's like, all right, I definitely can't eat lunch then. So I just straight up just wouldn't eat until I was done with work. That's kind of how it started. And then it's like honestly just partially due to laziness. Like I don't care to eat before the stream starts, you know? What was last week's average? Not much worse. Or not much, no, it's like significantly worse. Better. 36%, yeah. Your body uses a fuck ton of energy digesting. I know that. I did not know that. Like, I always, like, when I was young, people always said, like, you should eat a lot because you need energy. It's like, well, okay, but it costs energy to eat, to digest it. Fatigue after eating could be a sign of diabetes. Nah, I have my blood work constantly. Not any, I don't have high blood sugar, but anyway, your body uses up with that. What else? I felt like the palate was struggling. Oh yeah, you can AMS the food. That's one way to do it. Yeah. I get fatigue and lethargy if I eat a lot of starchy carbs. Yep. And that's the other problem. It was like to have lunch at work is like there wasn't a lot of options. You know what I mean? I couldn't like. I didn't know what to eat. It would just be like a sandwich and shitty food, you know what I mean? So it's just easier to eat one meal a day. Honestly, if I could eat no meals a day, I would. Someday I'm going to try it. I've yet to try it. I wanted to try it multiple times. But it's, yeah. It's going to be difficult to be around me if I haven't not eaten once. And I worry about sleep. Before, the reason I got so unhealthy was because I had such troubles with sleep. And I would pretty much, like, if I felt any type of hunger at all, I'd have to eat something. So, like, it would be, like, midnight, and I'd be, like, slightly hungry. I'm like, all right, let's go eat. And there's nothing to eat. So I just opened some box of chips or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, something very unhealthy. And just fucking eat a ton of it, and then put it back and go to sleep. And that's always been a problem. So that's why, like, one meal a day I try to eat late, and then I go to bed like 4 hours later and I'm good. Try no meals a day. Well, I don't mean like permanently, but yeah, just like skip a day of eating and see what happens. Because I feel like my body's like totally adjusted to me eating one meal a day now, and that was why it worked so well for me in the beginning, was because it was like a shock to the system, you know? I fasted once for 48 hours and it felt amazing after the first 24. Yeah, like I get into 27 and 28 hours often. Like if I eat like at 4 o'clock yesterday and then I might not eat till 7 or 8 today kind of day. And those like extra like 25th hour, 26th hour, it's like, oh man, it's crazy. I feel so energetic. I feel like I could do anything. You can always try photosynthesis. Can you? Do we need like solar panels implanted for that? Evolutionarily, it's probably abnormal to eat how we do now. Exactly. That's how this all is. What the fuck is going on? That's how this all started. Was I was like reading about it, and it was like, it was very obvious to me that there's no way our bodies developed given the current eating conditions, where you can just like literally snack 24/7. Like that's not how food used to be working, you know. So it's definitely, that's definitely on my mind, you know what I mean? Solar panel hat, yeah, you would need that, yeah. Do you think you can do OMAD if you were doing a physical labor job? I've never done a physical labor job, so I have no idea. Probably. I don't think like I mean, how many calories would you burn at the jobs you're thinking of? Because like I don't think enough, like, you know what I mean, like I don't think people eat like enough calories at lunch to make up for the deficit anyway. It's not like you're a fucking NBA athlete or whatever, like we were talking about yesterday, where people are putting in crazy amounts of caloric needs per week. People seem extra flaky and higher keys. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Yep. Sad when you get yeeted off the group. I have no idea. I don't even know what's going on. That's 2 groups in a row now. Nope. I do 1 meal a day and a physical job, but I struggle to continue to do it in the days I don't work. I struggle to continue to do it. How come? I think you're stuck in the crap middle ground. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally fucked here. I can't get invited to anything either. I don't understand that. I wish Control Undead was instant. Yeah, honestly, that would make all the problems go away. What is this man saying? I have no idea. Back up while you cast. Maybe the mods will politely let you get the cast off. I've heard people suggest that too, yeah. I feel like they should have waited until TWW to do these key level changes. I like that they did it now because it's a good like testing ground, you know what I mean? I mean, there's really not much of a difference, just less dead key levels, right? Making the tank do it is making them let their guard down against one-shots. That seems smart. It's smart to declare a backup. That does not answer the question I asked. I'm not really sure what he's even going on about. Bro, just turn evil. He's really fixated on making the tank do it. Hey, Thorleaf and somebody, welcome. Pally can literally solo the entire fix if he wanted. Nah, he doesn't want it. He wants to get the 10% damage reduction every time because he's probably getting fucking farmed. The Demon Hunter for magic damage is exactly the reason why raid affixes need to go for Mythic Plus. Oh, you mean buffs, yeah. Why does he think backing up will help at all? You would still get killed before you finish the cast. Yeah, I have no idea. Problem isn't raid affixes though. Community somehow thinks only meta comp is viable on these keys. It's not like they're doing 16s. Yeah, like I don't know what key this guy's even fucking going on about, but it's like we're talking about probably a 12 or a 13. And this guy's saying like we need the 10% damage reduction every single time. It's like, why? What are we talking about? Two evokers in this group. Pretty uncommon to see, but we've seen a lot more healer evokers recently. Of course, the group leader is the guy who's 2200 right now. Best key in this dungeon is an 8 out of time. Was that a fight or a friendly conversation? It was one of those like pseudo hostile conversations where this guy's trying to tell me I'm bad without just saying it because he's too much of a fucking coward. He's talking about being able to mind control every single one reliably if I just... I mean, I don't even remember what he said, but... Just back up while you cast. Like, what the fuck world are you living in? Bible pimp eats bananas with peels on. That's funny. Evoker gang rise up. Yeah, we got 2 of them. He should get a priest for his group. Yeah, I said that, and I mean, I don't even understand that conversation. If he really wants the 10% DR, why not reroll to one of the classes that can deal with it? I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal, honestly. And it's only 10% if it gets 2 casts off, right? It's only 5% per cast, I believe. He thinks that you have played Blood DK for a week or something. I have no idea, because he's talking about... Have you watched any high-end key videos with Blood DKs to confirm this? It's like, no, everybody's playing Vengeance. What are you talking about? Are you using this as a foil when you miss using Control Undead? No, I said I'm not using it. It's too unreliable, so I don't use it at all. I don't understand what this guy's going on about. If the debuff remained perma, it'd be one thing. I mean, it's probably safer to literally just fucking use it and just risk getting killed than trying to back up. Like, what are you pressing the S key? Like, how do you even do that? AoE root. We need a AoE chains of ice. Then we can backpedal away and cast a 2-second cast. 1.2-second cast now, I guess, yeah. So you use Turn Evil on the ghosts that pop up? Pretty much any CC is usable, yeah. Stuns they work, but they don't do it permanently, obviously. So you want to pick something that's going to last the entire duration. I think those mobs last like 15 seconds or something like that, so. Anything like Polymorph, Turn Evil, Shackle Undead, Mind Control works great as well. A lot of good options. Warrior's the only one that has absolutely no option.
5, 4, 3.
Paladin will use Repentance usually. I think Turn Evil's better. You can take both. But then you lose Blinding Light. I imagine Blinding Light's good. So you want to keep that and then you use Turn Evil instead. Siege of Orgrimmar now on a daily lockout. What? Did they just announce that or something? That's a strange decision. Warrior has a 3-minute CD for the fix. Wait, Shattering Throw. No, that's for the other fix, isn't it? Is it for this one? Oh yeah, I guess you're right. It's this one, I guess. The other one's a Dispel, yeah. I forgot about Shattering Throw, yeah. It just gets rid of them immediately, right? I feel bad for Warriors this season. Why? Yeah, once every 3 minutes, which is still like, you probably get reliably a lot of them if you wanted to do that. Warriors can fear them too, they just don't have something up for every spawn. Does the fear last the entire duration? Wait, no, they can't fear them, right? That's an AoE fear. You can't use AoE CC on them. Or maybe if you target them and use the fear, it works, I think is what I've been told, actually. It's like a different spell on one target, I think, right? Yeah, you have to target it, okay. I hodge them sometimes so that another has time to get their CC off. Right, that's a good option. Yeah, like I interrupt them and stun them a good amount too, just to make sure that somebody can do it. Main warrior, and I know the pain of having literally nothing. Yeah, unfortunately, warriors just got this really big issue where they just have no real good utility for 5 mans. Warrior feels really good in terms of playstyle and defense, but you have basically no utility. Yep. Warriors can also hit them with the immunity breaker and instantly kill them. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. I didn't realize it was usable like that, but I forgot. I don't know why I was thinking it was the other fix somehow.
3, 2, 1.
We keep getting the short stick with utility. But it's just like their kit from the ground up has never really contained utility. Like, you know what I mean? Like some of the best utility in the game is stuff that's been in since like the Burning Crusade or stuff like, you know, even longer. It sucks they only have Rallying Cry. Well, they do have AoE stun, and it's very powerful now that you have such access to it, but yeah, really their best utility is their buff. Physical damage buff. Rallying Cry is pretty much useless in 5 minutes. Very unlikely to save anybody. Warrior needs some kind of utility added to their kit. That's what we're saying. Boss's Warrior has a 20-second knockup in War Within. Oh, cool. Well, that's good at least. 5.7 million Umbilicus, wow. That's probably the record. Warriors don't riot because we are simple creatures. You don't know where to go to riot. Let's just secretly give Warriors Death Grip. I recommended that for a very long time. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, but yeah, I recommended like a chain, kind of like Clash. You know how Clash works? Like it brings you a little bit closer and brings the mob a little bit closer. I think that would make a lot of sense. Imagine if they decided to remove half of the mage's kit with like stops and defensive spells. A Warrior never had. That's, yeah, maybe you didn't hear the first part of this conversation. Like Warrior never had utility ever at any point as far back as Classic. So that's why they don't have any now, because it's just how their like fantasy has proliferated in this game. Like I said, like the best utility in the game are spells like Bloodlust and things that have been in the game for 20 years now, you know what I mean? Yeah, Barbarian from Diablo has the feature, you know. I suggested that back 2018 when I went to BlizzCon and got to talk to like developers and stuff. And everybody that I talked to about it said like, oh, that's a great idea. We really like that idea. And this just never happened. I was like, sure they were going to do it. They did Spear of Bastion. Maybe that was like, that was their way of dealing with it, I guess. It's kind of a similar type of thing. It's just not an actual death grip.
Beware. Beware.
Good thing in the War Within you can take Spear again. Oh, why? What's stopping you? What do you mean? It's just under turn right now, is that what you're saying?
Beware. 3, 2, beware.
Now it's more of a single target ability. Oh, why? You don't have the points. You need Dragon Roar for the tier set. Oh, I see. Song of Chi-Ji is amazing. You can CC both targets, so yeah. Tech Doctor UK with like a check mark. What was that? WoW was mentioned on the BBC News for the 20-year anniversary. Does the game still have Sparkle after 2 decades? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's in an even better state than it was when it was at its height of popularity. Just gaming culture has changed in general. So, people probably feel differently about it now than they did back then. Static Surge used to wipe groups here. Yeah, it's really strange. This fight's a lot easier than it was in Season 2.
Beware.
I feel like you lose so much with a Dragon DPS. Well, he's buffing the other people too on top of doing 73k, but yeah, in theory, you do not gain the full slot of a DPS when you have an Ogvoker. But they bring stuff other than damage, which is valuable. I had a DPS die in every boss and then had the audacity to trash talk me for 10 minutes when he's dead, saying I'm a garbage tank. Those are the ones you want to record and send in, yeah. Happy to take a look at those kind of things and hopefully expose bad actors. Can I get a shout out? I'm so lonely. Why? What's wrong? Hog is quite bad with Red Pally. Doesn't get you much value from it. Oh, how come? They don't want crit, I guess.
Beware.
It's just primary stat, isn't it? The main buff is just primary stat. What buffs does it do? It's hard to explain it all really quickly, but basically it just gives you a big primary stat buff, puts like good amounts of defense out to the group regularly, and then also gives crit out a little bit less effectively than the primary stat. I don't play DPS usually, but quite like balance through. Gotcha.
Beware.
Hog is good with everything as long as the Og player knows what he's doing. Yeah, that's what I thought too, yeah. Ret does a lot of damage that doesn't come from its own abilities. What, like trinkets you mean?
Beware.
I had a healer complain last week that I pulled the big tree into the next trash. He wanted us to kill the big tree solo so as to not bolster the next trash when the tree had 50% health left. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of valid to be honest.
Beware.
Bolstering was a bit of a pain last week, but I didn't know how important it truly was.
Beware.
Kept safe.
Legendary and trinkets for Red Pally, gotcha. That went wrong quickly. Yeah, that was actually the first time I've seen that fight go that badly. It just felt like the healer wasn't able to keep up. What happened? Just people just died. Looked like to a lack of healing, honestly. Yesterday I asked for a portal after a key and they kicked me before the mage got the portal cast off. What the hell? Every boss fight in halls is very difficult. I don't know if I agree with that, honestly. The first one is so much easier than it used to be. And now the third one is really the only actual difficult one because the last boss has been nerfed to such a degree that it's very easy for everybody but the tank. It's a hard fight for the tank though. I'm really shocked at how much damage that fight deals to me. That's a very tyrannical spreadsheet. Yeah, this has been an absolute joke of a week. Really unfortunate. Yeah, that disband streak isn't even the longest we've ever had, but it's getting there. 10 in a row now. I was healing that key on my Mistweaver and did more damage than the mage. Record him. Send him in. Alright, Ruby Life Pools. Unlucky this week. Yeah, it's been really bad. I've already done a Azure Vault, so trying to get score, but obviously if we just farmed Azure Vault over and over again, then wouldn't have as many disbands. I had such a good one for you. Oh yeah. Some of those bosses are just straight bonkers though. Who do you think needs nerfs? Yeah, maybe Ultimate, a couple bosses in there could use some retuning, but other than that, I don't really feel like the boss is that hard. You going for another perfect game? It's only 1:30, so I doubt we'll have, because I plan on streaming till 5, so I doubt we'll have another 3.5 hours of disbands. But
Never pass up an opportunity to study the past.
hard part is people's gear level hasn't improved enough to eclipse the skill level. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people suggest that, but like, I mean, I wouldn't really say many of the wipes are caused by gear. Like, yeah, that fight maybe. Just people not high enough item level to survive, but... Like, that Ruby life pools that started off the day, we just had 2 interrupts go out. Like, nobody kicked twice in a row. It's like... That's, like, what is that? That's just, like, this guy. These people just straight up don't care, right? I pressed the wrong keybind, so I didn't start recording like I thought. Oh, no. I probably didn't battle us twice. I asked if it was on his bars, and he says, no, it's just a 2. Don't die. What the fuck? That's crazy. That would have been a great one, damn. Less caused by gear in a vacuum, but they don't have enough stam and stats to mess up. Yeah, but that's pretty much how Tyrannical always is. Like, no matter what. You're not really going to be able to miss those kicks on that boss in Ruby life pools and expect to survive it no matter what gear and stuff you have. Gear only matters in Will first keys. No, he's right. I mean, he's right about it. Like, yeah, if you have enough gear, you can just make mistakes and survive them, but some of the mistakes that are being made are not ever going to be survivable. I think it's the opposite. People have too much gear and they're in keys they aren't skilled enough for. That's what it sounds like more to me, yeah. I'm not really checking people's gear, but I guess I'm really far behind in terms of gear compared to most people, so. I had a Warlock in a key. I pulled bosses. Someone died from a residual debuff in the first second, so I reset it. The Warlock said, my CDs, and left. Those people are wild. People who think like their personal performance is more important than the groups are the people that really scare me in this game. Some gear lets you live mistakes. Yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of people talk about healers have to do good DPS, but the best HP said in a podcast, you should not need to DPS as a healer unless you're doing 2 below world first keys. Is this true? No, this is not true. What that person probably said, and maybe you misunderstood what he meant, or maybe it wasn't clear what he said. He's saying you do not theoretically need to do DPS as a healer to upgrade the key. But why wouldn't you do DPS? Like, it's a timed run, you know? I talked about this a lot recently, and somebody left a comment on a video the other day, so I'll reiterate what I said in that comment. The guy was like basically saying like it's unfair to worry about DPS as a healer in lower keys. And my counterpoint to it is not that I'm worried about like them doing 100k overall versus 90k overall. I don't care about that. It's the guys who do like 10k overall. Those guys are frankly just AFK. Like, they're simply not maximizing their globals in the dungeon. They're not even trying to. So those things are just, that's just like a pet peeve of mine. Like, is it going to be the reason we don't upgrade the key? No, very unlikely. But the guy's just basically getting carried. He's just sat there getting carried. That's totally unacceptable. And the way I always put it is, if you saw a DPS going like 1 out of every 5 globals not doing any effective DPS, would you be fine with them doing that? People leave keys all the time because DPS aren't living up to their numbers. But somehow nobody seems to care about healers doing fucking 0. Like, literally the only time they do DPS is by accident. Nobody ever comments on it. So I don't really see, like, I don't see a pass there. If you don't need to heal, you should do something else. And that doesn't even seem controversial in my eyes. Like, that's just obvious. If you saw a DPS with 0 HPS in a fight, you should be mad too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Good way to look at it. That's probably an even better way to look at it. If you saw the guy like literally not taking care of his own health when he had the opportunity to do so, you would be upset as a healer. You can do some good DPS as Resto Druid just using their dots. Right, like most healers have very easy access to DPS now too. Like Holy Pally used to literally just drop Consecrate and you would do like solid DPS. Like you could do nothing else but Consecrate and you would do good DPS over the course of the key. Same thing with Resto Druid. Just keep up the dots. Keep up Moonfire and Sunfire as often as you can and you will do very good DPS. You'll do far more than we've seen a lot of people do. I'm just like, I have to carry the DPS mistakes, heal and DPS. You just need to be active the whole P, that's all we're saying. You don't need to carry anybody else, you just do your job, and part of your job is to contribute to the dungeon when healing isn't needed. Because there's a lot of times when there's just simply no healing needed, right? I have an excellent video on it that should elucidate the problem for anybody who's not understanding it from Shadowlands. There was a boss that did 0 damage during a burn phase, and the burn phase was like 100% extra DPS. And this Resto Druid was doing, like, he literally was just spamming hots on people who were all at full health, and the boss was doing 0 damage to anybody, like actually 0. Meanwhile, we ended up having a full extra phase. And it's like, alright, if that guy just DPS'd in that phase, we would have killed the boss so much quicker that he wouldn't have had to heal. Like, he would have cut a ton of actual healing off the fight by just simply DPSing in that phase. That's like as clear cut as you're ever gonna see. Like, there's not really any other. That's the best possible example you'll ever see. And that's why healing is not always just about actual healing. It's more of a support role at times, and very often it's like that. In raid fights, yeah, healing usually 99% of the globals. But in Mythic Plus, it's very like, you can literally like watch top groups. Like, look at right now, 0. Not a single health bar has moved in this mob. So why would you not do 140k, you know? You're just gonna sit there AFK? Your example discounts how druids work. No, it doesn't. You can go watch the video if you want to see it. You can see how long that phase lasts for, like 15 seconds or something like that. Doing damage as a healer is just preventing future damage by things dying faster. Yep. Especially on bosses or situations where it's very targeted in terms of who takes damage, like that mob right there. The only thing you should even think about doing is DPS. Another fire mage, another disappointing performance. Yeah. We did see one go one the other day. DPS hardly ever have any understanding of damage patterns and rely on healers to pick up the slack. Same ones complain about healers not doing damage. Well, that's not the conversation I'm having. DPS are a whole different can of worms, but my point is there's times when you simply do not need to do anything but DPS and people still don't do it, and that is very frustrating to me because this happens far more often as a Blood DK than any other healer, than any other tank too, so I see it way more often than I should be. At least he isn't Frost complaining about small pulls in his CDs. That's not healer friendly. It's not about healer, it's just about respect for the group. We're just talking about somebody being AFK in a dungeon. Would you tolerate them being AFK in a dungeon if they were in your group? I've never seen a good fire mage pugging. I really don't know if I have either. There's been a couple decent ones, but it's never like, oh, that was a great invite. Isn't fire mage DPS tied to their SKB uptime? I don't know. But it's not good one way or the other, regardless of what it's tied to. Knowing I have a Blood DK tank means he'll need less healing, so more DPS uptime. Yep, that's the way. Like, that's why it frustrates me so much. Because, like, it's so many opportunities I'm the only one taking damage, and I don't need them to heal me at all. Yet I still see them doing no damage, so it's like, well, what are you doing here? It's a lot more evident on Blood DK because you're so self-sufficient. Yep, that's why it's become such a talking point here. Because there's so many combats where it's just like the only person taking damage is me, and I'm doing like fucking all the HPS I would ever need, and they're still just sitting there fucking throwing hots on people. It's also tied to not sucking. Yeah, fire mages must have an enormous skill cap because I don't really see a lot of good DPS numbers from them. Tanks in general are mostly self-sufficient now. I think it's become more and more like that, yeah, definitely. No shoulders, but at least got the mount from Garrosh. Yeah, wait, hold on. Did you answer my question? Is it actually a daily lockout now? When did that happen? Today it is. Today it's from Mob Remix. Today? Huh? That was a smooth start. Yep, you're right.
Good work, champion.
It just started today. Oh, it's like a promotional event or something? Is that what you're saying? It's not like a permanent change? I think it's just the normal distribution of players. Many reroll fire for the season, but many also suck. I just don't know why you'd play the spec if this is the performance you're getting from it. Like DPS like seem to circle jerk fucking logs and parses and shit, yet these guys are clearly underperforming. So why continue playing it? Just play Frost, it's so much better. The Fire Mage is only doing 56k off the broken pally. So how bad could he be doing? 65. Yeah, you could just be a paladin and we'd be better off, right? Maybe it's a bug because raids and remix have a daily lockout. Oh, maybe. It could have been like that the whole time and nobody noticed, huh? Since the patch. Fire Mage is one of the hardest specs, no doubt about it. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It was posted on Wowhead. It is intended. Oh, okay. There's other mob raids like that, or is it just Siege of Orgrimmar? Just Siege. That's weird. If you just quit, if you're not doing well at a spec, how will you ever improve? Now, this isn't about improving. This is about like theoretical. This is more about theory than it is about gameplay.
Beware.
It's not. I know you guys keep saying like they're just bad at it, but honestly, I don't necessarily believe that. I think it's intentionally hard to play in a pug group, and people continue to stick with it, even though they're basically just like gimping themselves by playing it. Are you playing? Yeah, facts. Are you playing marksman, or are you just trying it in that key? That was asked before, but I don't know if you saw it. But this guy's gonna be like bottom overall on every single pack. He's gonna be bottom overall at the end of the dungeon. So like, you know, if I was him, I'd be like, all right, well, this doesn't seem to be working. I'll try something else. And Frost will be like way easier for him to do better DPS pack from pack. I mean, I don't think anybody has ever switched from fire to Frost and be like, ah, this is worse. But maybe. Fire mages are the worst spec in the game. Change my mind. They're definitely a very bad pick for pugging right now. Fire isn't hard, it just needs to be play around, which isn't good in a pug scenario. I don't know that it, I mean, first of all, you're right. It does, that is also true likely. But I think it is also hard, because if you're playing that like ignite thing or whatever, like you have to choose your target well. Like I do it all the time with the legendary. I accidentally use the legendary on a shitty target and then it dies before the legendary fully channels. And that's a fucking 2-minute CD, you know? Like imagine if that was every single spell I was casting. Frost is good and pretty simple. Yeah, and that's like Frost has gotten even better recently, so that's a big part of this conversation. Wasn't Fire Mage a spec that's good with AUG and that's why it's more popular? Probably, yeah. Frost Mage is giga blasting right now. Yeah, they're apparently even being played in like the highest end right now. Either way, any mage spec is harder than ret. It's not about difficulty either way. We're just talking about results. Fire Mage being S tier on Archon is such a bait. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're not going to have a separate pug list, but that website I have a lot of trouble trusting in after those first weeks when they're putting score on there that's totally not even like theoretically possible to get. Alright, we're going to take it slow here. Where's the dragon?
You are almost to the master of these minions.
Wait, where is it? Is it just nowhere near us? Oh, there it is. Okay, wait. Not pulling the dragon this time. Frost Mage is doing 3% more damage than fire in the highest keys. Oh, really? What I don't like about Frost Mage, sometimes the random freezes from Blizzard screwing up death grips. Yeah, that's definitely a big issue, but still waiting for the fabled Arcane Mage. Oh, we've seen a lot, actually, but maybe not this season. Arcane was popular. We saw a lot of them last season. Fire has a cheat which probably makes up for that 3%. Yeah, that's a good point too. They have better defensive kit. Alright, he's landed and he's not aggroed. We fucking did it. Now we can go pull the rest.
2, 1.
Feels bad gearing an alt and losing rolls in raids to DPS farming their off-spec gear. Oh yeah. Well, it used to be personal loot, so I don't know if that's better or worse for your situation. Watching Fire Mage on the meters is pretty fun though. Pull after pull doing 1/3 of the damage. This guy's doing alright, like he's not terrible. On AoE at least. On the boss he was really bad, but I'd rather loot a boss and see nothing than watch low rolls for an entire raid. Oh, really? First week of Season 4, I had a good Fire Mage, was top DPS, saved the AV key on the first boss by kiting out the last 2%. Oh, that's cool. Mage is very capable of kiting too, which is cool. Wow, that's 16 minutes to the split here. That's crazy good. It's the cleanest it's gone. I enjoy Mistweaver healing because you're literally doing damage to heal more. Yeah, that's cool. I like that idea. Shows more specs like that. He's doing fine. Chat going in on him because the Ret and BM killed shitter mobs on first boss is wild. I wouldn't say that, but doing alright. He's doing better than most, yeah. Let's see what it looks like in this fight. That's a psychological issue though, not Dezing issue. Don't look at the rolls. That one's on you. Yeah, a lot of psychological issues in a while though. Fire mages come into the chat and are pretty aggressive. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see how anybody's trying to defend it. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but whatever. If you love the spec, I'm sure it's fine, but I think a lot of people don't love the spec and they just play it because they think it's somehow going to help them progress. When in reality, their class has a spec that would be far better. They missed interrupt, but that time at least everybody tried to interrupt. Play what you like and don't be a meta sheep. Alex Central, what's up, buddy? How the hell are you, man? What's going on, brother? How's it doing? How's it doing? I know one person who sticks with hit because he just doesn't like how Arcane and Frost play. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, like, if that's your legitimate reason for playing it, then fucking great. I'm glad to hear that. Boss is harder on a 2 than a 10? That's probably true on a lot of places. Yeah, we're fucking just blitzing this over though, man. This is gonna be nice. Oh, let's shoot that trinket. I think we should, yeah, be on boss here, yeah. You don't have any interrupts again now. Fucking holy priest. Alright, it's dead. When you're done with this key, can you please check the mage's combust uptime? I will if you remind me for sure. But I will forget if you don't remind me. What's the key ends like right now? Boss was so hard in season 1 on Blood DK. Tank buster when you weren't close to him. Yeah, that still happens, but I guess we just have a lot better passive mitigation this season now. It looks a lot easier, yeah. Thunderclap, kill that guy, I think. Something like that. So we're just no reason to rush through this area. Probably could double upgrade this though if we did rush. You're looking chill for time? Yep. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's gonna aggro that, yeah. Beware. You can't interrupt, or you can't mind control mobs next to other trash because then they'll aggro. I don't remember where the first time I learned that was, but I remember it being an issue. That video from last weekend had me howling with laughter. I don't think I'll ever look at Ruby Life pulls the same. I couldn't believe when they all jumped off, dude. That's like one of the craziest things I've ever seen. It's crazy how this keeps happening, but yeah. Reliably, the first few weeks of the season end up being the funniest season after season. It was just so delayed too. It's not like they all jumped off. Like it was like they watched them jump and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we're doing that. I'm excited to do this. Let's do it. Some big skip. Here we go. We had something somewhat similar in season 3's submissions though, where they put a warlock portal down and the warlock portal was simply off the edge. Like it actually was not, did not land you where you needed to land. And that was very similar because people kept taking it even after it was clear that it was causing people to fall to their death. But since that's a warlock portal, I feel like a lot of people are probably focused on it and they're not really, like they're just taking it when they get to it. This was like so different. Like everybody just followed the guy. Like there was no reason to follow him there and they do it anyway. They skip the rest of their life. The power of peer pressure. I mean, I don't even know like how you could. That's just bizarre. I don't even know what that was. I guess it answered the question. If your friend jumped off a cliff, would you too? Yeah. Beware. I learned that in Freehold 10 times at least in different places when mind controlling the affix. Oh yeah, Freehold. Yeah, that's probably a place where it happened a lot. Is your power fortitude icon changed? I think it's a little different. Yeah, I don't remember what the original icon looks like. I wanted to change it a lot, but it would look really, really weird because of how the icon is just like pure white. So I think I just kind of undid most of the color change I made to it.
3, 2, 1.
Deal with these operations.
Beware.
That's enough. Here's a little more purplish. Okay, that's probably the case then. Considered trying to make it like the classic one, where it's like green, but I don't really like that color. My favorite one that I did, my favorite custom icon that I did is the Earth Shield one. That's definitely my favorite one.
Beware. 3, 2, 1. Beware. Beware.
Do you know the win patterns for this boss? No, I know there is some. Like, I've seen add-ons and stuff for it, but I just don't really like. I don't really care, I guess. Almost 2 to yeah. If we rushed a little bit more in that area, we would double upgraded it. We did upgrade it. Yep. Great. Get our fucking 3 points from that. Actually, no, that should be a good amount. Yeah, that's a good one there. 13 points. Great run. Yeah, that was definitely our best run of the week. Well, actually, that first Neltheris run was probably our best of the week.
But the primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Ruby life pools. I don't have the patterns memorized, but it rotates. Does it matter? Like, why care about it? What's the reason to care about it? Oh yeah, combust uptime. All right, let's see. How do we check it? Just auras. I don't even see it. Oh, there it is. 40% uptime. Is that a lot? Can I see your damage done, please? I want to see how many times you use your trinket. What do you mean, my trinket? The winds move counterclockwise. There's a weak where you can get to remind you where the next wind is going to come from. But why care about it? Was my question. That was a nice run despite 2 deaths. Well, 2 deaths, very, very good. In the beginning of the right, do you tank the boss in the middle of the room because you want the dragon to land on the ground when it breathes fire? Yeah, I think if your Rage Heart, I don't have Rage Heart on right now. You want to tank him over here because they can only land like this way, you know? You can't land in different spots, I think is why. You can use the wind direction to plan where to drop puddles. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, obviously I don't really care about that as a tank, I guess. I hear we're supposed to have a significant solar flare tonight. Got to build a Faraday cage for your computer. Is that serious? Alright, did we get that on the sheet? I don't think we stopped doing it yet. Holy Priest. Rat. Hunt. What's that fire shield I see on you every now and then? That's probably the ring, I guess. Yeah, that must be the ring. I don't have the helmet chance, so it's gotta be the ring, yeah. Or the Fire Mage barrier. Yeah, it's the mass barrier from Fire Mage. That's probably what you saw. House of the Dragon Season 2 behind the scenes. 2-minute video. Alright, see you guys. I'm out. I'm gonna go watch that. No, I really want to watch that, but gotta check it out later. Definitely really excited. It's only like 6 weeks. 6 Sundays. House of the Dragon's gonna be great. Yeah, I can't wait either. This season is going to have a lot of crazy shit going on too. I don't know where the season's going to end, but we know where it's going to start, so I'm excited. Have you seen Dune? No, I saw the first one when it was like free on HBO back during the pandemic. I think it's supposed to be on HBO again soon, so maybe I'll watch it, but it's just too... Isn't it like a 3+ hour film? It's just not... I really like the first one, honestly, but I just don't really care enough about the franchise. You already have that. Just not a lot of keys, unfortunately. I can't believe it's been 2 years already. For House of the Dragon? I know, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. Last year was an absolutely wild ride for me, though, so that's probably why. Algathar, that's the one we need the most right now. June 2 was boring. I fell asleep twice. I fell asleep, what? I don't fall asleep when nothing's going on unless it's bedtime. Solar flares are making a geomagnetic storm as of tonight into Sunday. The severity is yet to be known. Gotcha. Well, I don't plan on reacting to it, so we'll see what happens. AKA nothing. You're gonna regret it, Faxi, when I'm down in my bunker and you're struggling because of a geomagnetic storm that ruined your life or something. If geomagnetic storms were hurricanes, severe would be category 4. What does that mean? Category 4 is like really not very bad, right? Worst comes to worst, we lose internet and GPS for months. Wrong instance, by the way. I know. It's either nothing or no internet for 6 months. 6 months. Bro, if we don't have internet for 6 months, what the fuck? That's why we like Metro, his geomagnetism. Thanks for saying that, man. It means a lot. This is not Algathar, I know. No internet for 6 months might solve some of the world's problems. Yeah, it would create a bunch of problems for me. I mean, massive solar storms are incredibly rare. Not unless you're... I guess if you're a bombkin, they're not that rare. 5 is worst. 1 is not bad. Severe weather-wise. Oh, okay, so 4 is pretty bad then. You don't like raiding, correct? This is the defeatist attitude, lucky boy. They can be Algathar if you only believe in yourself. How much money would be lost without internet? Oh, I would be fucked. Yeah, I'd be totally fucked. No internet for a day would cause a lot of problems. A day would be one thing, but more than a week would be absolutely... It would just completely fuck my life all up. I don't know what I would even do. I have to start selling shit besides Pokemon cards, I guess. Well, how would you sell them? Yeah, you can't even sell them. What? Why would the internet go down? Would all technology not work, or was it just the internet? I don't really get that. You guys explain that. I'll be right back. Okay. They're monitoring and can turn stuff off so they don't fry all things. Oh yeah. The world would fall apart if the internet goes down for 6 months. Yeah, it's a complete disaster. Most companies would have to adjust to do anything without the internet. Yeah, I don't think any company would be able to operate without the internet. Even like restaurants, right? Like they rely on internet to make sales. Like, it'd be terrible. Good thing we have a good supply of cash here in the United States, do we? Coming from a meteorologist / astronomer in study, I'm excited for this. Oh, okay. What is the likelihood that something happens, though, in your opinion? The place I work would be fine. We work at like a landfill or something. Like, I can't think of a job that doesn't require the internet. Like a garbage truck. It would be cool to see the Northern Lights in Missouri, though. Oh yeah. It would throw us into chaos for a bit. Yeah, I mean, it would. Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't happen, because 100% of my income comes from the internet. Like 0.0001. Hey, Faxi, I'm asking the meteorologist, bro. I'm trying to get the info. It's very unlikely to happen. Okay, like, yeah, so he's right about that number. You work at a mom and pop hardware store. Okay. You guys don't do like inventory or anything like that? Joke's on them, I don't have income. Well, that's something, like, no matter where, like, even if you got like fucking state aid, right? Like, that's processed through the internet and it's sent out. Like, I'm sure it's digital. Everything's, nobody's signing checks anymore, right? Your party asked if you trust hunters. The main risk to electronics might be the amount of cosmic rays from the solar flare. They have the chance to rewrite non-volatile memory like SSDs and microprocessors. Uh-oh. So I'm gonna lose up all my files on my computer. I don't think it will affect us much, to be honest. Okay. And when is it supposed to occur? Like, when will we know if it affected us? We did good before 1983, so I think we'll be all right now too without it. Yeah, I don't think that's how the world works, but maybe. As all of those comments are made because of the internet, right? Like, I don't know. What would you guys do? Like, I don't... I mean, if you can't play a video... Like, I guess as long as, like, computers don't... Like, would offline stuff still work? I mean, I guess I'd have something to do, but... If, like, zero technology worked, I would be totally fucked. Like, would that go as far as cars to not work as well? Like, if cars don't work, then that's it. Like, I don't have anything. There's nowhere near me that I can walk to that will keep me alive.
5,
I would have to
4,
move.
3, 2, 1.
Let me go to my Steam and start downloading stuff now. You can always go back to play with sticks and stones. Those break bones, bro. Don't you know the old adage?
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that
Time
you
to dust off the old
invitation.
SNES.
School's a touch behind schedule.
Tonight between 10 and dawn. Oh, okay, and then it's just like guaranteed to be over at dawn.
It's been quite some time since the
If you don't have forest knowledge and survival skills, you're done. I'm done, bro. I don't even have, like, I can't even roast marshmallows, like. The true strength of the storm won't be known until roughly 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern on Friday, when the CMEs are about 1 million miles from Earth. And you got that info from the internet. You see what I'm saying? Without the internet, we're gonna be back to like paying colleges $100,000, right? Like, come on, man.
Beware.
The lock is crying inside. We're looking at big lock numbers on the plants. Yeah, sorry, we don't do that here. Don't let Metro fool you. You can send him out into the woods with a pocket knife and bubblegum and he'll build you a shopping mall. I don't even know, like, what if I had bubblegum right now, I would probably just chew it and stick it to a desk. That's like the limit. That's like the limit on what I would do with bubblegum.
Beware.
Actually, I wouldn't even chew it because it's so fucking bad for you, but whatever. I would just stick it under the desk dry, I guess. Lowest possible viewing horizon line is Jackson, Mississippi. Oh, like we're gonna be able to see something? How have I not heard about this until right now? When are you gonna try playing another tank? Here's what we'll do. If the internet goes down for 6 months, I'll use that time to play another tank. If the geopolitical storm happens, then I'll play another tank during that time. Keep the wrapper and you can use it to start a fire. I don't, yeah, bro, I don't, I'm too warm as it is. It's warm. I'm glad I could bring this flare to the chat. Yeah, that's good. You guys want to talk about Michael Jordan again? Try another tank with no internet? Good idea. That's why, like, I have nothing else to do, so I might as well. Oh, there you go. I just used... Okay, that was ridiculous. That's the worst possible use of it. I don't even think the legendary got a single tick off. I used it on a mob that died the second I pressed the spell. You just get to see the Aurora Borealis, so I should go out and look at it? Or is it not going to be like everywhere in the world? It's just going to be certain places. I still never saw the fucking eclipse that was supposed to happen. I had to watch Berserk to see it. Metro can always live action roleplay a new tank spec while he waits for the internet. Yep. If somehow I was able to live without the internet for 6 months, I would just use that time to keep working on like mods of games I'm making. But other than that, like, I don't know what I would do. I guess golf more, but I don't know. Northern US mostly? Oh, 5 a.m. Alright, well, I gotta see that. I live in Northeast Pennsylvania, so I was hoping to see it, but if it's not till after midnight, no way.
And created a powerful construct named Veximus.
Get superpowers like Magneto? How? Magneto probably has the coolest powers of any superhero, huh? Everybody else is like super overpowered, right? But Magneto doesn't have super overpowered powers. He just uses what he has like fucking insanely well, right? Like probably the most creative superhero ever. He could move metal. Oh wow, that's fucking great. So can Superman. You know what I mean? But he makes it seem so badass. Like so badass. You see they're doing a new Superman too? I don't know how I feel about that. I didn't realize that. Magneto is incredibly powerful. He can rip the planet apart. So can Superman. That's what I'm saying. So can Charles Xavier, but nobody expects him to do it. New Lord of the Rings? Is there a new Lord of the Rings too? I don't believe in superpowers. I spent 4 days in the hospital due to a spider bite, but never once was I able to spin webs or claw. No, that's the wrong... Bro, that's the wrong spider. You need the radioactive one. I prefer Marvel over DC. I'm sure you're not alone in that, but DC is definitely in my childhood, so... I don't really... Like, I never even knew what Marvel was until Iron Man came out. So I never watched really many of the films, to be honest. X-Men 97 Magneto has been a treat to watch. Is that... What is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, Andy Serkis. I did hear about this. What a story that is, huh? It's a new cartoon? Is it a cartoon? Okay. I've heard, like, the superhero cartoons are really good. Why is it called 97? Is that meant to be the year? DC Batman, Marvel Iron Man. Did I say it backwards or something? The Zack Snyder cut of Justice League was brilliant. Was brill. I must see. Yeah, I totally agree. It's one of the coolest things that's ever happened in the film industry as well, if you ask me. Oh no, those are my favorites. Okay, yeah. I think about Kenny from South Park.
Destroyed. Well done.
Kenny can't die. Why? He's immortal? Oh, okay. I remember, didn't he die, officially die in the actual... There was like a South Park film, wasn't there? The Boys season 4. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really interested in watching Boys. That ain't for me.
Beware.
Kenny's parents joined a cult, so they will always give birth to him when he dies. Oh, is that the story? I'd rather watch women. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Beware.
Okay, that's really bad. I walked right into that. And I'm dead. I think I've died more to that swirl this season than any other trash mechanic. It was just like fucking covered. Like I couldn't figure out where to go. I guess the name's off-putting. I'm just joking. I never saw it. I'm not really big. That's like a superhero thing too, right? I'm gonna go eat. Alright, see you, man. Have a good one. Did you see the actress for Starlight Plastic Surgery? I don't know. What does that mean? Is that the name of something?
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
Mitchell, what's your favorite DC character? It's hard to pick just one, honestly. I like them all. Like, I guess Batman is the easy pick. Just because I really, really like the Batman films that Christopher Nolan or whatever. But, Yeah, honestly, I don't know.
Perfect.
Superman, Batman, Aquaman, they're all amazing. I love them. I love their characters.
There's too much life magic.
And
What
plus
are
the
you
bad
doing?
guy, like, dude, I really wish DC didn't fall apart like that. Because, Darkseid or whatever, that's like one of the coolest fucking... I love that character. Wish we would have saw more of that. That's why I was so pleased with the, Snyder cut. Because we finally got to see Darkseid. I'm excited for Twister 2. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting looking film. I might go see that. I remember Twister when I was young. Twister scared the absolute fuck out of me. Like, that was the scariest film I'd ever saw when I was young. Because it felt like, you know, there's like horror films like that are, you know, paranormal or supernatural and shit. And it's like, nah, this is fucking real. Like, this can happen. You know what I mean? That scared the absolute fuck out of me. I remember being like so fucking scared of storms after that.
Beware.
She's basically a really cute chick, then fucked it up completely and now looks haggard. Oh, really? What's the worst Batman series? You mean like films or? I haven't seen like every single Batman thing ever, but obviously the one with Christian Bale is my favorite. Twister horrified me as a kid, yep. The only thing that actually scares me in horror is dolls and children. Oh, yeah. Tremors was the first film that terrified me as a kid. Oh, really? Is that about earthquakes, I guess? Jaws got me scared off the ocean. Oh yeah, that probably would have happened to me too if we lived. Like, I don't go to the ocean enough for be scared of it. Giant monster worms with snakes for tongues. Oh, that's the Tremors film. Val Kilmer was the worst Batman. Tremors is about giant underground sausages with teeth. Oh. These monsters that live underground, they make me afraid of outside. I mean, I'm afraid of outside for different reasons, yeah. Watch a documentary and be scared of outside.
Beware. Beware.
Stranger scared me as a kid. Hey, bro, long time no see, man. How you been? Just stopping by during a short lunch break. Sweet, sweet, sweet. How's everything going for you? Hopefully you're well.
Beware. Beware.
People are outside. That's what I'm saying, dude. I just watch a documentary and that's enough. Batman: The Dark Knight has a nice 9.1 IMDb rating. Is that The Dark Knight? What? That's the second film. That's with Heath Ledger, right? Heath Ledger was very good, but I think it's a little overrated. I think if he was, it sucks to say this, but I think if he was still alive, that film wouldn't have done as well. But the best Joker I've ever seen is, without question, Joaquin Phoenix. That's unbelievable performance. Most convincing performance. I mean, he's just an immense actor as well, honestly, but... Things are great for me. Hope the same for you. I'm having way more fun in Season 4 than I expected. That's awesome. Yeah, Season 4, great dungeons, so I'm really enjoying that part of it. Watch the Jeffrey Dahmer season, then try living in Wisconsin. I don't know anything about that guy.
Beware.
Second Joker film is looking really good. Yeah, when's it supposed to come out? Now for a long time, I guess, right? He's good, but that movie Napoleon was garbage. Oh yeah, I heard that didn't do well.
Beware.
Lady Gaga's actually a really good actor too, honestly, so I'm excited for that film. It's a musical. I don't know why people keep saying. I still haven't actually watched the trailer, but it is not a musical. It comes out the 4th of October. Oh, okay, that's a while from now. Joker Goat, says King Gucci TV. Welcome. I like the film. Very convincing. There's an English guy making a French guy's movie. No bad blood there. What? The Napoleon film was made by an English guy? That's funny. Wait, who made that? Was that Ridley Scott? Because he's been struggling a bit. Immortal Ad Vitam 2004, worth to watch. What is that? I watched your DK changes reaction video. I'm excited for some of the changes. I'm hoping they do a Frost DK rework too. I love Frost DK in Shadowlands, but I haven't enjoyed it as much in Dragonflight. Yeah, I'm sure they will. A couple people on that video were like, I can't believe they didn't do any changes for Blood or Frost. It's like, I think they just didn't get around to them yet. Like, it's still to come. Some guy even's like, it needs to happen now. Like, it's a desperate need. It's like, it's the alpha, bro. It's not coming out. It doesn't matter when it happens. It's not coming out for months. Wasn't Napoleon from the same... Yeah, it's Ridley Scott, right? I thought so. Ridley Scott might actually be my favorite director ever, but he's had a couple clunkers. You guys know about Ridley Scott's brother? Tony Scott. Was it Man on Fire that he directed? He was also a very famous director. He killed himself. Pretty sad story. To have two famous brothers, two brothers that are both legends in film, it's... Yeah, really crazy, and then for one of them to do that, that's pretty sad. Rip Bone Shield from A-Bomb? Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's a big nerf. It's pretty rare for directors to put out hit after hit. Not often they strike gold every time. You're right. Who would be the most successful director in your career, in his career, in your opinion? How about Quentin Tarantino, I would say, maybe, huh? Like like not necessarily most successful overall, but most consistent. Y'all watching Fury versus Usyk? No, I try watching those boxing matches, man, and it's just hard to watch after watching UFC for so much. The referees constantly having to separate them from fucking grabbing each other is just so lame. You think Christopher Nolan? He's probably up there, yeah. What would you say is Christopher Nolan's worst film? That's a good way to gauge it. Quentin Tarantino hasn't had many duds. The Hateful Eight. Yeah, I've never watched The Hateful Eight, but I've heard people don't like it. Steven Spielberg. He's had a lot of big ones, yeah. But he's probably had some bad ones, too. I don't even know most of his films. I just know the big ones. Fury, 69, though he's going to break the ref in half from the weight. The glass skull was that.
Beware.
That's Nolan. That's a Nolan film? I don't even know that film.
Beware.
Haven't seen Tenet. I heard it wasn't great. Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that either, actually. It's confusing, right? James Cameron makes a lot of good ones, too. I'm not aware of a lot of his films, obviously Avatar, but... What else has he done? He did the Alien films or whatever? Indiana Jones and... Oh, and the Glass Skull. Okay.
Beware. Beware. 3, 2, 1.
Terminator as well? Okay. Oh, he did Titanic. Right, of course. First nudity I've ever seen, Titanic. James' deep dive to the bottom of the ocean was lit. I can imagine. Call me effeminate. I like Titanic. I don't care. It was a good film. I don't know what you mean. I guess there's like a love story, so people think it's lame or something. Titanic rules, bro. How often do you hear people say that? Rules. You remember, like, people used to say rules all the time. Now nobody says anything rules anymore. I didn't mind Titanic, but I hated it after being dragged to watch it multiple times. Oh, really? I think it's probably a little overrated, but it's definitely a great film. And of course, Celine Dion. We get the Athene, one of the most legendary moments in video gaming ever, if you ask me. Tell him why we play the music. We play Heart Must Go On because when we do Battlegrounds, people go down like the Titanic. That's one of the best things ever. Draw me one of those French girls. Yeah. I'd like to see that again, man. What's her name? She's a great actor too now. Mare of Eastwood. Great series. Kate Winslet, that's her name, yep. My grandfather, who really liked ships, was like, it's just a damn love story. There wasn't enough about the ship. Ha! That's funny. I bet a lot of people feel that way about like mainstream film, huh?
The way should be clear. Please head to my office and wait. I hear new students that require my personal...
Propeller guy carried the movie. Who's that? I always thought it was a love story, so I never saw it and assumed it was overrated. The love story was just a vehicle for a lot of cool filmmaking and documentary stuff. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's a great film all around, no doubt.
3, 2, 1.
I cried at the end of Titanic. Well, when she threw that giant gem of it off anyway. Yeah, it's a sentimental film. Powerful emotions have invoked while watching films like that, I'm sure. Perfect. Look at this. Fucking walking right next to each other. What's the last time you guys were moved to tears? And what caused it? Me, it was on the alpha. I was really surprised. I did not expect to fucking cry on the fucking War Within alpha. Then before that, probably like Game of Thrones or something. Also cool to see movies where they spend a ton of money on practical effects. I can imagine that's always visually interesting. I watched First Reformed again last night and got pretty teary. Oh, I don't know what that is. Ibelin? I don't know what that is either. I always cry at Titanic. Hey Willie, long time no see. Specifically the beginning, as I then realized I have to sit through 3 hours of that rubbish. Holy fuck, bro. What happened in the alpha? There's a really sentimental like quest line. It really made me, it really hit home, and it really I mean, just thinking about it now makes me want to start crying again, honestly. A crazy beautiful quest line that really hits home for me. So Paul Schrader movie starring Ethan Hawke came out a few years back. Okay. Saving Private Ryan, how could you not? Yeah, I saw that film when I was young, so I didn't fully understand the gravity of it. I haven't watched it since. Seems like WoW is going Game of Thrones in the War Within. Why? What's that mean? Is that a bad thing? Shaving Ryan's Privates? That's a different film, man. You mean that quest where you help turtles reach the water? No. Close though. It's actually similar, I guess. Killing off beloved characters? Oh, Khadgar or whatever. I don't know that he's beloved, frankly. But I don't expect him to be gone. After I've played through all these zones now, I think he's somewhere. But I don't know exactly how he dies in the first place. I didn't read about it. Schindler's List was a good movie. Oh, really? I never watched that either. Khadgar's my boy. Yeah, I liked them in Legion, but he just became pointless. The turtle comment made me laugh so hard for no reason. Long time since I thought about that. Ibelin is the story of a young boy here in Norway. He got a gravestone just outside the inn in Goldshire. Oh wow, really?
Greetings, who are you? You are not registered here. This room
Alright,
is
7
only
minutes.
for students.
Gonna
Cancel
upgrade
the
to second
register
key.
at once.
What a run we're on. What a stretch. This guy drinking or no? That's the second worst spoiler I've heard since Snape unalived Dumbledore. Oh, about Khadgar. Yeah, you guys probably, a lot of you guys don't know about that. I mean, I learned about it from Wowhead, so.
Only those registered may access them. Learn from this. Poor marks for poor students.
2, 1.
War Within story is fucking spectacular, though, guys. I'm sure a lot of people want to try not to spoil it, but you really should look into it, because I feel like if you're not, unless you're like straight up gonna like read every single quest and take super detail through your first playthrough. Like, I would rather read about it now and learn everything about it and then just rush through it when it's time. And it is fucking good, man. It is. I'm not a story guy at all, like fucking negative, but this story has me. Like, it hooked me really hard when I played through Halifal.
Beware.
I am absolutely sold by the War Within and the World Soul trilogy. I actually really want to watch BlizzCon again, just to hear, now that I have a better understanding of what is probably going to happen in the World Soul trilogy. I want to watch BlizzCon again to just see, just to hear Chris Metzen, you know? I'm sure Ibelin is the main character. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that Kingdom of Heaven. The barony of Ibelin in where is that in Acre? Funny that we're talking about films just before we're talking about Christopher or Ridley Scott. It's much better than the last few expansions. I mean, I never really paid much attention to the lore. I really did like the lore of Shadowlands too, to be honest. But yeah, dude, this is like next level. Like, this is some serious shit going on here. I can't wait to see it. How's the gameplay feel in War Within? I love WoW because it's so smooth and fluid. Honestly, I haven't done, like, I've just been fucking around doing leveling challenges. What is all these snowflakes? Anyway, I've just been fucking around doing leveling challenges, so I don't necessarily know that much about gameplay. But the hero talents are probably my most exciting feature I've ever been. Like, it's the thing I'm the most excited for out of any expansion recently, so. And delves have grown the fuck out. I cannot believe how, like, my initial opinion on delves was like 0, and now my like newly formed opinion on delves is like 9 out of 10. Like, I'm really hooked on them. They're really fun. And I've only done them on very bad naked characters that I don't know how to play. The only reason it's not 10 out of 10 is I'm very worried that as a tank, they're going to be ultra boring. And I really, yeah, you know, if my main doesn't enjoy, what the hell was that? If my main doesn't enjoy doing them, then I'm not going to do them that much, unfortunately. Hey, we got a fucking cloak. Yay! Haste versatility cloak. Hooray. The dungeon pull might be the best I've ever seen. The War Within is going to deliver. Yeah, I haven't done, I need to go and do them, but. Big grats. That was nice. We upgraded key and we got gear. I think I will like delves. They're going to be very, very good solo content. It's just whether or not they're good for like tanks and healers is the question. Questing is the most hated thing for me in this game. Too much unnecessary nonsense. Oh, really? Sports mage. That's a new name. Welcome. Unfortunately, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like if you hate leveling, you probably just don't like the core formula of WoW, right? Like, to me, or questing, I guess what you said. But either way, questing is like the bread and butter of WoW, right? Like, it's the basics, the building block of the game. So to hate it means, yeah, it might honestly just be not, I don't know. I feel like you gotta not hate it. Maybe you don't love it. I don't know, a lot of people will love it as much as I do, but to hate it, that's unfortunate. I always thought one cool way to engage with the lore and learn from something simultaneously would be to swap games language to French and Spanish. I guess, yeah, it's a very aggressive strategy, but that's pretty cool.
Well then,
Let us proceed.
Should we just put the avoidance one on? What's that one called? Get that little fall damage thing. That's bracers. Sure.
You will do well.
I read that. Gearing is also a different kind of leveling, so basically the entire baseline of WoW is leveling. Right, yeah. He did say questing, though, to be fair. I confused the conversation. I was enjoying questing, and then what? Alright, cool. We actually upgraded keys. Hooray. Do you think Blood DK has too much button blow? No, not at all. I don't really think any class has too much button blow, honestly. I've not played Brewmaster. I know people say that one's really bad, but everything I've played in the last few years have always felt like they don't have much bloat at all. The talents, I think, have the ability to add a lot of bloat to it, but they are optional, so. I know everybody wants to fucking be a professional WoW gamer for some reason, but if you feel like it has too much bloat, you could always just take talents that make that a little bit easier for you. I like BFA leveling. That was fun with the pirate theme in Bralis. Oh yeah. Brew has so many buttons. Yeah, I've heard that one's pretty bad. Doing 1 to 70 only quests is super boring. Gotcha. I mean, that's just like the core. Like if you go back to class, like did you play Classic at all, or what are your thoughts on it in Classic? I guess. But regardless, if you just trace the origins of the game, like at one point the main functionality of the game was questing. And it kind of still is, to be honest. Like, in order to get the legendary, you have to quest. You know what I mean?
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Thank you very much for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. What is the main storyline of the new expansion? Basically, TLDR... Xalatath is the main bad guy, and she's trying to, like, fuck the world up, I guess. And this has something seriously significant to do with the sword from Sargeras plunging into the kind of the heart of Azeroth. That we kind of just walked away from BFA and just left there. There's, I mean, I don't want to, there's so much, I don't want to kill you guys with spoilers. I know some of you guys are trying not to hear it, but I'm not a big fan of leveling either. I have like 8 characters at 70 and I'm very bored with it. Getcha. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, whatever, but just to me, that's, I don't know. It's a big part of WoW, I feel like. BFA leveling was peak. Every zone was nice. The expansion fell off so hard with Island Expedition patch and Warfronts. Those were base features. I don't think those were patches, but yeah. I love questing, but less so now. At least alt leveling. I don't see a single other player on my 1 to 60 journey. Oh, you like seeing other players? See, I hate seeing other players. If I can play, especially in leveling challenges, if I can play totally solo, I would choose to do that every single time. Unfortunately, other players frequently ruin my leveling challenges. Like, most famously, I did that naked rogue where I, like, straight up, like, died over and over again trying to kill the Bagthera or whatever. It was the final King, whatever that guy's name is. I died, like, 3 times to it, and then I pull it a 4th time, like, I'm all amped up. I'm like, alright, here we go. I got it this time, I need to just play a little bit better, and some guy fucking shows up and just one-shots him and flies away. Alright. That was one of the hardest mobs I fought, and now that guy killed it for me. Cool. I just started my quest to get all classes to max before War Within. Sweet. That can be fun too. I'm glad they didn't forget about the sword. It's weird that it took this long, but yeah, I'm glad that we're finally getting to that. The fake old guy weapon that Deathwing's kid had? No. Bro, I thought it was just me. I always have a tearjerker during WoW quest lines. Oh yeah? I'm talking about back to the alpha thing. There's a quest on the alpha that is like legitimately, I'm gonna straight up cry every time I do it. So, time running mop will help you in your all classes level journey. It could be a good way to do it, yeah. I can't wait for fucking Mop Remix, man. I'm so excited for that. I saw that on your channel. It was a touching moment. Yeah, that was tough. That was tough not to just like break down. It's next Thursday. Yeah, I can't wait. Add stream marker. What is that? Stream marker added. Markers appear in the video editor after your stream ends. Oh, okay. So if something crazy happened, I could add it here and then I'd be able to see it easier. That's actually kind of cool. Some new feature. I didn't realize they had that feature. We can also clip the stream. Yeah, no, I know, but how long do you think WoW will be down? I'm betting 7 a.m. PST to 5 p.m. PST. What, on Thursday? No, it's launching at 1. Like it's a global launch. I was behind in the stream. Yeah, but that's the new Monkcliff is going to be great. We can finally opt in to use our weapons again. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I missed your response, but I'm always crying on the new WoW quest lines. The Emerald Dream one got me. There's a lot of good quest lines in the game nowadays, man. I'm sure Xal'atath was the sword dagger that Rathian used on N'Zoth. Yeah, I guess he does that, right? Yeah. But Xal'atath is actually a character. She was trapped inside the dagger and has been like a major plot point since Legion. How did Rathian even get Xal'atath? I need to like look into this. I don't really get all that. Something to do with Ajara, right? Was it related to Ajara? I really hope Ajara returns in the War Within as well. It was on his Amazon wish list. Yeah, maybe actually. I don't know. You might be right. What the fuck? CBS gift card? What the hell do you do with that? Oh, Paramount Plus, I see, okay. Ajara had the dagger. After the Inquisitor fight in Nyalotha, Ajara gives it to Rathian. How did she get it? Like, why? This is something I don't understand. Like, because the Legion, you know, it was in the priest's hands, and then how does it get lost? Like, I don't understand that part. Rathian like takes it from her because she gets captured or whatever, yeah. Same with the Tidestone, we just forgot about it. Oh yeah, I don't even know what that is, honestly. Ajar is a 10 of 10 worldy. Some simp gave it to her, probably. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Your character takes it back in BFA and loses it again to N'Zoth. Okay. And then N'Zoth gives it to Ajar, is that what happened? It says Zalatat. Oh, so there's like no explanation, and it gets in the hands of the Naga. Interesting. But there's no real explanation for it. It's kind of interesting. It honestly makes you think that they planned out, like they didn't plan on the Zalatath character to be anything at all. They just made it a legendary, and then after that they're like, wait, we can actually do something with this character. This is Braconite, right? Is N'Zoth now just trapped in the sword? N'Zoth's dead, right? He gets killed in BFA, so I don't see him being alive. Something, am I missing somewhere? I'm pretty sure it's still in the bank of my priest. Yeah, that's a very weird thing. Old God stuff just really makes me excited, though. I can't wait to see how this story unfolds. It's like the most time I've never really been excited about WoW lore before, but this is it. And this isn't, like I said in the videos, like this is not even the thing I was excited for. I was excited for Midnight because that just sounds like it's gonna be fucking awesome. Like I don't even know what's gonna happen, and I don't care because it sounds awesome. Where the fuck are, you know what I mean? Like what is Midnight? Like that sounds amazing. I cannot wait, because that probably means that we don't even come close to dealing with the threats that start in War Within, right? Likely means that Zalatath wins to some degree. And whatever her scheming is, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't die, maybe she does, but regardless. This means that she's going to be probably a main character for three expansions. In some way. Hopefully we get more ethereal stuff and an allied race. I could definitely see more ethereal stuff because that guy's already a big character in the Ilaria storyline. Midnight equals middle of the night. I hope the tip helps. Yeah, actually that does. Thank you. Hopefully we get rid of that. Titan lore fell off. Old gods are where it's at. Well, they're inexorably connected. That's why it's so cool. Because like the Titans have been this mysteriously interesting force since Classic. And the dragons too, you know what I mean? Like all of this is what made me fall in love with the game, was how almost like you feel so small in the universe, you know what I mean? When these giant great creatures are around, you feel like you're not really a part of the universe's plan. Titans are supposed to come back after midnight. I mean, obviously, yeah, the last Titan being the third. I'm so fucking excited. I can't get over how much I care about lore all of a sudden. It's crazy. SBG3 style game for WoW with lots of lore heavy storylines would be awesome. SBG3, what is... Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 is what you meant to say, but then the S was not. You probably meant to type in A, yeah. BG3 style game. Well, that's the only thing that sucks about WoW, is it doesn't deliver its story as well as it could. Like, if I wanted to go back and look at all of this Zalatath stuff, the easiest way for me to do it would be to read about it online, because to do all of those quest lines in one character, it's like almost impossible. I don't even know that, like, where does the BFA quest line, I remember it being something in BFA, but I don't even know what it's from. Like, where does that quest line even happen? I don't even know how you get that quest line. I'm actively not trying to look at Alpha at all. I'm okay hearing things now and then, but I do love the new world being a surprise. Yeah, sorry, it's just too good, man. I can't not talk about it. My perspective, and I'm not trying to change anybody's mind on how they play the game, but like my perspective is, you're probably gonna rush through it on launch night anyway. You know what I mean? No matter who you are, you're gonna be too excited not to rush through it a little bit, even if it's a little bit. So just read up all about it now. There's gonna be new cutscenes and shit that come out with the pre-patch anyway, so just experience it now, and then it'll like hammer it home, you know what I mean? What are the new zones? They somehow found a new continent. Oh, it's crazy, dude. It's like this small zone in the middle of the ocean, and then everything else is underneath. It's crazy. You should look into it. Just the ART. I'm not trying to see that all. I've watched all the hero specs and whatnot. Oh, cool, cool, cool. I thought there was some indication that Xal'atath was an old god. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Like, this character is super interesting to me all of a sudden, and I don't know anything about it. Isn't that a catazone? What do you mean? The graphics, the art, you know. Okay. Oh, ART. I see what you mean. I'm enjoying Endgame since returning about a week ago. I stopped playing at the end of MOP. IMO, it seems WoW is drawing a lot of old players back to the game, which is a bit surprising. It's the best time for WoW ever, for sure. They also had a very spooky void prison at the end of Aberrus, and it did not elaborate on that. Yeah, I've never done Aberrus, and I feel like that's one of the most significant raids ever, because it keeps getting brought up over and over again. And that's why I never did it, because I want to eventually walk in there and experience it all for myself. They also had okay with that. What was the Dragon Isles lore? Oh, I don't know that much about it, honestly. Like I said, I'm not normally a lore guy. But I guess the big thing is like one of the big bad guys of this expansion was somehow like setting up Xal'atath to return to power, I guess. Not really sure why. Why he got involved in the first place, but...
Beware.
He hates the Titans too, I guess.
Run away, little girl.
Okay, nobody nerfs here. They didn't get Galakrond to come back. Well, that they basically did, yeah. Like if you follow the new storyline that they just put in, the Galakrond, like the dungeon that we go to, like they use Galakrond's essence to create this crazy item that is somehow related to Xal'atath's power. The joy of tanking and getting for the future tank. I love pugs. Wait, wow, what happened? I didn't see anything. Nothing got said. I don't know what you mean. Or that just happened to you, I guess. They didn't like my route. Oh, what happened? Let's hear all about that. I always love hearing about that.
3, 2, 1. Beware.
I didn't skip the Thunder Drake. Oh, I never skipped that one. How do you skip both of them? I don't know how you skip both of them. Where do you fight the boss is the better question after that.
Beware.
You just have to place the fire puddles on the boss in a very small area. So like ultra pug unfriendly, yeah. Thunderdrake doesn't seem anywhere near as hard as the fire one. You fight it in just that one location where the boss is and hope your group kills it quick enough. Yeah, I won't be doing that. That does not sound like a good idea in a pug setting, especially when we've seen some of those pulls of that fight already. Oh, here's we go. Arcane Mage. People were just talking about this before.
Beware.
6.3 million umbilicus, wow. Keeps going up, the number's higher and higher every day. Does Arcane have the same route DC issues that Fire has? Oh no, not even close. You mean like how they require everybody to pull around them? I've never seen anybody but Fire Mage ever make those kind of demands. But I know Arcane is also very bursty on certain situations, so maybe it still would benefit from something like that, but I really like pulling both of these packs together, but it's just way too frequently causing issues. This would have been a great pack if we were a Vengeance Demon Hunter, but just can't reliably interrupt all those casters. I can't even reliably interrupt this one pack. Bolt after bolt. Interrupts reduce DPS. Taken. Yeah, I agree. You definitely take less damage. Or we can just probably skip this pack. Yeah, maybe not. Look, if you start interrupting important casts and the healer has nothing to do, then they'll get fired and be unable to support their families. That is not where I thought you were going with that. That's funny. The healer has nothing to do, so they'll have to actually DPS. Unlike the conversation that unfolded in this chat a while ago. Interrupts equals wasted GCDs, not improving your overall DPS. Maybe that's the problem with fire mages, they're constantly interrupting.
May your steps be
Here, come for us, meat thieves. We rip you apart. What you waiting for? Bring us meat thieves.
They should add the damage prevented by an interrupt to whoever interrupted it as damage done. That's a great idea. On details, that'd be really cool. Show how much you actually interrupted, how much damage you reduced. Caliban, what's up, buddy? Welcome back, man. How the hell are you? My DPS is low, but my interrupts are high. Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. Just add this number to that number and it looks good, maybe. Speaking of interrupts, with the new DK class tree, we have a 12-second kick anyway. Whoa, I mean. I watch you in order to not resub. Oh, yeah. I'm Shadow Priest. Only got one interrupt every 45 seconds. Yeah, no doubt. That's why I didn't pull all that trash, because it's just not going to work out with 2 range, I feel like, regardless. Yeah. How many times here will the DPS run from behind you once you position yourself to take the hit? Never. They usually just stand still and I'm the one reacting to it. Almost nobody ever moves once they get the mechanic. The talent right after interrupt and the top of frost is a 3-second reduction on our kit. That's in the game right now. Icy Chains is baseline, and those 2 nodes get moved up. I don't know if you've not gone on there, but like talent points feel way harder to. They're actually way harder to spend in the next build, like in the next version of this. I feel like I have more wiggle room in the current talent tree than I do in that one. So I can't imagine ever taking that talent no matter what.
3, 2, 1.
Oh wait. Oh, wait, am I just totally okay, I'm confused. It's like mandatory to take it now, right? I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, I know what you mean now. It's like you have to take it to advance the talent tree. Yeah. I see what you mean now. I didn't realize how it was laid out, I guess. I really like the new changes. It's cool. It's a very fresh look at the tree, but it feels like it's going to be even harder to pick the right talents. There's going to be even more arguments about it. Alonzo Beckham says, bro, get back to work. Whoa. That's pointed. It's 3 o'clock on Friday. The day's over. Can't keep track of the combo and watch the key. You are tanking and maintaining conversation. You multitasking maniac. I appreciate you saying that. I just have a lot of experience with it. It's something that I like when I was young, like I am really bad at it. So it's been really an enjoyable process to kind of work on becoming a better like mental juggler. Kai, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. DK is getting a lot of group utility too. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of saying about like hard to choose talents. It certainly looks like they are. It's just gonna be very difficult talents to take. The gameplay is previously taped content. Yeah, I'm just like a really good reactor at things that I already know are gonna happen. I like the new talents for Death Knight, but I find the class tree pretty awkward on Holy. Oh, really? It's kind of awkward on Blood, too. That's what I was just saying. It's going to be hard to take all the talents. There's a lot of very difficult decisions now. Can't see his hand, so maybe it's all a ruse. Warrior's pumping on these AoE pulls. He was. Now he's dumping. What kills me about Death Knight's getting even more utility is I'm still sitting here with just a rallying cry and battle shout. the one warrior guy is funny. DK utility is not great either, man. They have a big niche problem in Mythic Plus is DPS. Obviously, Blood's utility is crazy, but it's struggling to live up to Vengeance's right now. But yeah, like I think if you ask an Unholy DK, is he satisfied with his utility kit in Mythic Plus? He's gonna say absolutely not. So they might have a decent amount of stuff, like Battle Res helps obviously, but it's certainly better than Warrior, but it's not very good. Metro probably is using high-level AI technology to modify his pre-recorded runs to ensure they match up with his commentary. Probably, yeah, you're right. No tank can match Demon Hunter utility, right now especially. They've always had a very wide utility kit though, it just wasn't very potent I guess in the terms of the meta.
Beware.
Blinding Sheet should silence for 3 seconds as well. That would be a decent start, yeah.
Beware.
Big thing I need to see is Scorpion's baseline. That's another AoE interrupt, and that's going to help a lot.
Beware.
The left side is heavy on required nodes, but hey, it's easier to take Will and Necropolis. Oh, really? For DPS? Gotcha. It's actually harder to take it now as a tank as well, man. It's crazy. Having both Bursting Swords and Ebon Fever as Unholy next expansion is going to make their quadratic scaling be insane. Nice. I would like a Yo-Yo's Grasp that continually bops enemies out and sucks them in. Like Warrior Spirit plus Ring of Peace. That's funny.
Beware. Beware.
To make Blood EK competitive, we need them to just take Mass Grip baseline and make it silence for 4 seconds. What are your thoughts on the changes where Mass Grip is going to be a massive defensive CD now?
Beware. 2, 1.
No? No what?
Beware.
I do not enjoy that. Why? What? Why would you not enjoy that? I think that's probably one of the coolest things I've seen them do in a long time, because Blood DK perpetually has these issues with on-pull defense, and without adding new spells, like, you know, it's hard to solve. So instead of adding new spells, they simply are making like utility, like niche spells now have extra value, which is fucking awesome. Being able to death grip something and apply a damage reduction is such a cool idea. I'm very excited for that talent. It's going to be really nice because an 8% damage reduction on a Blood DK is huge. Like that adds up. So any tank breaker, you basically have been given like an incredible new spell. And obviously any caster that you are gripping incidentally is going to be really nice too. The only question is how kind of mandatory it's going to be to use it well. What's killing you in this 12? Never saw Veximus as a group killer. Oh, you're way behind. Wow. It's just a tough one. Yeah, that boss does a lot of damage, I think. I'm sad Slappy Hands doesn't give bone shield charges anymore. That's a huge loss, yeah. We were talking about it before. If they can rework Slappy Hands into automatically applying that 8% damage reduction, though, I think that would be an incredible compromise, and it would be probably better, honestly. If they make it so Slappy Hands automatically applies that grip talent to everything it hits, then it could be a really good talent. It's making you choose between using Mass Grip to survive a pack you might need it for, and CC that same pack, while Demon Hunter can Mass Silence and change that pack and also Mass Fire rebrand it. I'm just talking about, yeah, you're comparing DK to other tanks. That's way too early to be doing that. We don't even have the full rework. Yeah, as a concept, I really like the concept is what I was saying. Whoa. Standing in that fucking circle. That was really close to being a big issue. But like, I mean, I don't even have Gorfien's Grasp, so if I can turn that, if that becomes a baseline spell or something more takeable, and I can turn that into a massive defensive CD when I don't need it for grouping, then it's gonna be awesome. Oh, did I fail the first debuff? Is that what happened? Okay. Pump Smash, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Apparently Gorfien's Grasp is kind of redundant, but not even, it's just impossible to take. Like, so presumably they're going to make it more usable in a talent position. I'm hoping it's going to become baseline, but I don't think it will be. We'll see.
Beware.
And once it's more usable, it also is going to become even more powerful because of that talent, which I'm really excited for. Because like realistically, like Mass Grip is not very useful in a lot of situations. Like, I don't have any reason to use it on this mob, you know what I mean?
Beware.
Most times you don't need Mass Grip for anything. That's why I was so comfortable not taking it. If you could have one WoW ability IRL, what would you pick? Definitely Bubble. Bubble would like change your life to such a degree, it would be incredible. Especially because it's such a short CD.
Beware. 2, 1.
Think about, you'd be able to fucking walk through traffic with Bubble, you know what I mean? Cross a fucking 8-lane highway. Wait, I've been taking Gorfien's Grasp to interrupt simultaneous cast. Is that a big mistake? I mean, like, you don't feel like it's like, look at the spells that you're not taking. You don't feel like those spells are irreplaceable? What spells are you not, what talent are you not taking? Teleport would be good too. So you have to have been to the location before you can use it, which is not that enticing.
So easy when prey come to me.
If the sigil shell ends up allowing other people to immune to mechanics like AMS does, it will be insane utility. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably gonna be great for non-tank DKs. But unfortunately, the competitive talent is so, it seems way too good. I haven't felt like I've been missing anything huge. Alright, well, I'll just show it to you. You're either missing Bloodshot, Umbilicus Eternus, or Purgatory, right? Like, all three of those are like some of the most powerful spells in the kit, if not the most powerful. You're missing 2 out of those 3 as well. Alright, most people can take 2 out of 3, no problem. Bone Storm. That one is not on that list of most powerful things in the kit, but... What the fuck? What's going on right now? You guys hit hard, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that would be like the single strongest defensive spell in the kit, that magic absorption thing. It's going to depend, obviously, like maybe the magic damage profile is going to be way less than Dragon or in War Within. Probably not though. That warrior loves to be dead. That's 5 deaths for that guy now. Yeah, he's doing really good damage too, which is unfortunate. I'm interested in seeing the changes to Breath of Sindragosa. They mentioned in a removal of Rune of Hysteria. I'm guessing they want to change it from being super high uptime to just being a cooldown. Yeah, that's coming soon, I'm sure. I'm excited to see that too. The lower duration on harmful effects might be problematic for rating. Tank gets a bomb that expires 35% faster. I didn't even think about it that way. What would you say is the shtick for each tank? Blood DK has self-healing and magic DR. Vengeance has sigils. Bear is constant DR. Brew has stagger. Pally has interrupt. I can't think of what's unique about Warrior. Blocking. Blocking is incredibly, that's like their niche. They can reduce very consistent amounts of physical damage. Warriors are immune to physical damage. Why is that mob pulled alone? It's just in a bad spot. Normally you'd pull it with the pack earlier, the giant pack that we just did there, but it didn't pack close enough to me to be able to get it. You can't, like, I couldn't drag it from all the way there, all the way up here without potentially aggroing more trash. Just kick that. Oh, we don't even have a kick. Sweet. I see the one blink bar, but that was actually spell reflect. Wasn't there a season with one dungeon they'd bring a warrior for spell reflect on the last boss? That might have been Neltharian's Lair if you're talking about recently.
Everything rots away in the end. I control the dead. I claim everything. I will wither this world and eat its bones.
Run away, little girl.
Everything rots away.
Beware. 2, 1.
I claim everything. I will wither
He's dead again.
and eat its bones.
Oh, for the death record. The death record and an upgrade. Having a tough time. I mean, I've heard they're pretty bulky this season too, although this guy's armed, so I don't know. I love that change to Cleaving Strike lingering for 4 seconds after leaving D&D. I wish it wasn't tied to a ground effect at all. Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. Battle risk. We don't have that, bro. He died 8 times already. No flame, please. Oh god, do you remember that? We out, yeah. Morgoth, Dyer of the Dungeon.
Three, two.
Actually, he's right. Yeah, we haven't even used it on him. This might not be count. I don't know how this keeps happening. What did we miss? Haven't had a single battle res, but I deserve some. Pump, pump, splat. Yeah, that looks like his damage is fucking insane, but doesn't seem like a battle res would have helped him. Only cost more repairs. I think we need. Yeah, we do need more. That's not good. I don't know what we missed.
3, 2, 1.
We missed small slimes, I think, because I pulled them in a weird way. The grip was pretty good from the priest. Yeah, I always forget about those mobs, honestly.
Beware.
Every healer should have battle res and every tank should have less IMO. Oh yeah. That'd be a really big change to the game, but I don't necessarily disagree with it. Barely getting those down. There's Lust just in time for a totem as well. What good is physical damage immunity against magic damage? Nothing, yeah. I assume that was a rhetorical question. Warrior defense stance is getting buffed in the War Within. Oh, really? Looks like we just don't have enough DPS to do this one. This is a 4-minute fight, I guess, huh? Sadly a little late, but better late than never. Yep. You're right. What's up, buddy? Welcome.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so one less death would have did it. Might hit 2700 this reset. Sweet. Good place to start, but I have no group utility outside of Rallying Cry as a prot warrior. Yeah. We got yet another trinket. It's the third time I've gotten a trinket that I don't need now. How many deaths did the warrior have? I think 7. Maybe 6, I don't know. Arcane looking good though, huh? Fucking 200 million more than the Shadow Priest. At least we finished it. I'm really sad with where warriors are at. I can't get into keys because of no utility as a DPS. Debating on what to spend my 70 boost on from a pre-order. Yeah, I don't know. Probably just wait. Like, it's not a big deal. Season's pretty much... I mean, it's 3 weeks in already, you know what I mean? Boosting a character now, by the time you get it ready to go, it's going to be another probably a few weeks, so... Just do your best, do your own key as much as you can, get as much score as you can, and then... enjoy it, and then get ready for next expansion, and hopefully pick a good choice. A 9, it was 10 actually, yeah, 10 disband streak. That was, you know, yesterday too, including yesterday, but... Ultimate is now the one of greatest need. If we were able to upgrade that key, it would give us a ton of score. But it does seem like we won't be hitting 3K this week. It's never too late to start a new character in class. Just play what's fun for you. No, it's never too late, but if you read it a second time, you might understand why I said that. He says, I can't get into keys because of no utility as a DPS. So, I mean, like, you're not going to get into keys as a fresh character either, you know? You have a higher chance of getting into keys as a warrior with good score than a brand new demon hunter or something. As long as I hit Keystone Master this season, I'll be happy. What the fuck? Yeah, no, you can hit Keystone Master today, bro. What the hell are you talking about? Go do your own key. Leveling a mage, and that'll be done next week. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Not good is one we also kind of need. Yeah, if we're talking about like super low keys, then yeah, just always just do your own key until you hit like some kind of maximum. Basically, like do your own key until you only need certain keys for score now. They did up the requirements for Keystone Master this season. It's 5s now. Yeah, that should be super easy. Even that first 2 days of the season when I was crying my eyes out about the players, we were still doing 8s and 9s. Are you running Bloodshot or Umbilicus? I have Umbilicus. As you see, it is treating me well. Oops. 66.8 million healing in that dungeon. And I don't really do a lot of physical damage. If I had Bloodshot, I mean, I guess it buffs Rune Weapon, right? But that's it. Top 5. It would only buff one spell. Death Strike only 28 million, so yeah, I don't know. Mountain Thing gives you a talent where intervening a friend gives them a shield. Oh, cool. I'm attempting to do 11s this week and getting higher week by week, so 3K is not that far away. It's good to hear. For me, it feels like it's 0 chance this week with how bad the keys have been, but I mean, it is pretty much 0 chance. It looks like we need some 14s this week to get it, or we suddenly start getting invited to way more keys than we're getting invited to. But we just don't really get a lot of invites, so. That's interesting. I had no idea. I thought Wind Fury Totem had some benefit for the Shaman as well. Does it not? Do you ever list your own? No, almost never. Do you take Shattering Bone talent? Oh god, yeah. That doesn't seem like... Man. I know I'm not very offensively focused, but to not take that, that's... What would you even take at that point? I guess you'd take the Gorfian's Grass and maybe it's talent. So it's like... You're not taking Shattering Bone. I don't think you'd be taking Bloodshot. Why does no one want you in their key? Probably because they want vengeance. But I'm also a little bit behind the curve on score too. Like, actually, not really. I'm around the same level as all these guys. Yeah. Anyway, most guys, I guess, I'm around the same actually. Most people would just take vengeance because it's so easy. Idea for warrior utility? Nothing. Halls we need, right? Extended blood time increases value for Bloodshot. Extended blood time? What does that mean? Ability, amputate. Strike an allied player, removing all poison and curse effects, but replace it with a minor bleed. That just... What the... I don't think that's the kind of utility you're looking for. I think the #1 thing they need is a battle or a bloodlust shout. That's the #1 thing they should get. It even makes total sense to me. They should get a death grip that's like a chain where it pulls you to the mob and pulls the mob to you, kind of like Clash. And they should get a shout that gives bloodlust. Those two things like are totally like logical in the kit. I feel like they're not even like leaps. Here, I can help you, but it's going to hurt a lot. Chain Grip and Bloodlust and Prot Warrior will be my new main. Really? What's the spreadsheet? What do you mean? You want the link to it? Is that if you're looking for the link to it, it's in the description. Or the extension is bigplay.1/mythic library. That's an awful idea. You can dispel poison and curses. You can't do anything other than heal bleeds. And that's why he said that, yeah. I mean, that would be relatively balanced. It would remove the poison and curse. And then add something a little bit dangerous still, but it would get rid of something that... I mean, realistically, the bleed is probably less dangerous. Like, if it's just taking damage, right? Like, sometimes poisons and curses are way more than just taking damage. But yeah, that's definitely, you don't want any fucking trade-off type things, because like there's already some utility in the kit that people just don't take because there's like a trade-off to it, you know. So we don't need more of that. All right, I think if we, well, it's a short dungeon. I guess we can probably do one more no matter what. I say it's 3:30 already, but it's only a 30-minute key anyway, so. Maybe a talent to turn Heroic Leap into an ability that grabs all enemies in your area and yoinks them to the target leap location. That'd be cool. I don't know if this was in the game somewhere or if I just dreamt this, but oh, maybe I'm thinking of like the thing from League of Legends. But anyway, I like the idea of heroic leaping and then creating like a circle around the leap where enemies can't leave. That's like Jarvan or something like that in League of Legends. I like that idea. I think that could work too for them. Maybe it was a Torghast talent actually, yeah. Could be a Torghast talent. Have you done a thoughts video about the hero talents for Blood DK? Yeah, we've done a ton of stuff on all the talent stuff now. That is also Jarvan's ult. Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. Hey, Doom, what's up, buddy? Welcome. A reverse ring of peace, yeah. You could theme it such that leaping to the location literally breaks the ground into sand and rubble. Yep. I mean, if you've never seen it, like Jarvan like literally leaps and it creates like a crater. And he's like stuck in the... There, everybody's stuck in the crater. I was so happy to have the big A-bomb back as Unholy. Oh, yeah. The Unholy DKs call him Gordo. Wait, that was like a PvP talent, right? And it's regular. It's a regular talent now? How was your key so far? Up and down. We've had some really bad and some really good. That's cool. That's a really cool regular talent then. Holy shit. Wait, what the hell is this right now? Oh, I thought I was this guy. I was like, I didn't even see my character. I was like, how the fuck did I get turned into this ass? Just random ass character.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Every 90 seconds and replaces the Army of the Damned. That's like legitimately the same PvP talent, and that's really cool that they added that. There's not gonna be a lot of PvP talents left. I think they might be doing away with PvP talents soon, honestly. I can see them getting rid of them at this point.
Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Beware.
I really like them though. I love them for leveling. I hope they won't go away, but it's D&D there.
Beware.
I was watching a guy in the PTR playing Unholy, not well, and his meter still had him gapping both the other DPS. The alpha. Yeah, I guess they enabled add-ons again for some reason. I definitely wouldn't be looking at fucking normal dungeons as any relevant DPS info though. Especially when like there's been a bunch of stated reworks and not even all of them are in the game. Today I watched 19 Althera's time. That was insane. Oh yeah. That's pretty crazy. Anything that, did you learn anything about, like, what do they do with chains? Anything abnormal? I prayed that Blizzard will undo the... They skip all but one hunter. So they don't even use the chains, is that what you're saying? That's unfortunate to hear that. I was really hoping somebody was going to come up with some like crazy use for them somehow. They use 2 chains and skip the rest, yeah. Unfortunate.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Beware.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I
So there goes the bomb.
these eggs to their natural state.
Sweet.
I will not fail.
Beware.
I want to watch 4 DPS Algathar. Why?
Beware.
He's not a big problem. Pull that rock boy into the boss or free cleave. Maybe not this week, yeah. Supposedly the Chinese team basically did all trash with 4 DPS and the healer zoned out and they would just do the bosses.
Beware.
Yeah, it sounds like that's like becoming a meta theme. Like they do that in Knockout as well, Faxi said. China guys are a little different, man. They play WoW a little different. They have to like fight just to have WoW, so I can see why they have to play so differently. Seems like there's a lot of drama in the EU groups, but other than that, it seems like they might actually be like more creatively skilled, you know?
You will not interfere.
Beware.
Consume you. Be frozen and shatter.
Beware.
Consume you.
Are they holding lust for the next instance? Oh god.
And shatter.
I dread doing Nelth just because of the chain boss. As a tank, you're so reliant on others, and everyone does something a little different. Oh, right. Well, they did nerf it, at least as Blood DK. I don't really feel like it's very dangerous now. They're gonna lust the whelps. Watch. This. Okay, well, now it's called for, so now it's definitely happening.
My chill will freeze your
No, it didn't. Still didn't happen. Forget it. Didn't you already time at 12? Yeah, but we need 13 still. I see people hold it for ads, but I don't get why they would do that. No, that's a terrible idea. Not a very good idea.
3, 2, 1. Beware.
consume you. These whelps are pure. They will show you the truth.
Oh, I can't read apparently. Oh, you thought this was also 12? Yeah.
My chill will freeze your bones.
Beware.
Consume you.
3, 2, 1.
Be frozen and shatter.
Beware.
Consume you.
Now that you play with it for a bit, what are your thoughts on the shield ring? Not as good as I'd hoped it was going to be, but it's free shielding, so. Like I said, that 0 stats are lost on that ring, so. And it's not even fully upgraded. It's very low item level, so it's gonna only get better. Once it's max item level, it's probably gonna be quite nice. There's like 700 HPS going on right now. Wow, between me and him. I'm taking a lot of damage on this fight. This is a really high damage phase. A really high damage fight now.
Beware. Good work, champion.
Can you show
Now
damage
that you
breakdown on the
secured
priest?
pools
Sure.
below, I require your aid above.
Has Blood Decay, do you deal fire damage? Not without the legendary. I also don't have the helm enchant.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger. A powerful primalist is attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault. Beware.
Take the eggs! Save as many as you can!
Beware.
That was a really nice first split too. That was 0 deaths down there. Even though we have a really bad lust, I don't think that's going to make any impact on it. Should still have it up for the second boss, right?
Run away, little girl!
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others. Beware.
Priest is doing great. Yeah, he actually is very good. We haven't seen a lot of disc priests recently. But tasking the healing and the damage requirements pretty well. 100k DPS as well as the disc priests. Fucking 30% of it is the trinket, but still. I hate that ghost to fix as a tank. I just keep thinking I'm losing aggro. Oh, yeah, that's why I made them blue. So you can't get confused by that.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
Where's the dragon? Over there. Is it afflicted next week? I have no idea. But if you want to see it's on the spreadsheet, you can look back at Season 3's affix set and then be able to tell. I don't think afflicted followed Incorporeal, did it? Maybe. Afflicted Raging next week. Oh, okay.
Beware.
Second Raging week already.
Run away, little girl.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
BH is gonna suck? Yeah. That's a really bad dungeon for some affixes.
Beware. Run away, little girl.
The last pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist before she can summon reinforcements.
That's getting off, it looks like. Oh, good. Do you see how DK next expansion they can ride mount while in combat? Yeah, I tested it on my second channel. It's not good. It's useless. Because you need to dragon ride, right? Like, are you going to not dragon ride places? So you have to constantly get on and off that mount just to be able to dragon ride. It's a huge pain in the ass. You need to somehow make that mount dragon riding. Or make it so you stay on the mount after you get on and off the dragon riding mount. But otherwise, it's pointless. It's like land, cast another spell, move, kill a mob, get back on the mount. Like, it's just way too much movement and travel for it to be valuable. At least the way I play, like, I'm not gonna, like, 30 yards of travel I'm not gonna do on anything other than dragon riding anymore, so I don't really see it. I thought it was gonna be awesome and I ended up just untalenting it because I realized how quickly it was useless. It sounds fucking badass though, and it's like a very good looking mount. I don't know what mount that is, but it's fucking badass looking. It's like the new 4 Horsemen mounts from Legion. Fucking awesome looking. It turns your Death Charger from Wrath into a new one. It's really cool. know why people keep doing this. You guys stay in better spots, it's so annoying. To like clear out the entire kite path just to move from the end. But luckily it's easily handled regardless. Yeah, like we moved so far there, we would have no way to not fight this dragon, I don't feel like. Not on Tyrannical Week at least. Solid party. Yeah, we actually had 2 great groups for this dungeon today. It shows the dungeon is actually quite easy. It's just a little bit of a numerical challenge. But if you have a good healer, then you're pretty much all set. The timer is very lenient, which is a huge difference from Season 1. We even pulled way more trap, like we're going to be way over count. We pulled that rock elemental. It didn't really slow us down that much, but either way, we're going to be over count, and it's not going to have any impact on our success rate.
Beware.
It's actually almost faster than the 12 we did. First boss is the biggest wall in the dungeon. Yeah, it's a hard boss to heal, no doubt. This is ensuing. First boss is pure magic damage. She just keeps spamming Frigid Shard. It's hard to survive as a blood DK now too, honestly, yeah. I'm actually shocked at how much damage that does.
Beware.
Music just like stopped playing. What the hell is that about? So I'm crossing this threshold over and over again, I guess.
Beware.
Some of the bosses feel way easier without thundering. Yeah, no shit, dude. I was telling people that when they announced like Ruby Light Pools would come. I mean, I remember how many people were like, "Oh my god, I'm not gonna do Ruby Light Pools. It's so bad." It's like, bro, it really was only bad because of the fixes. Like that was the hardest part. And Grievous too. Don't forget about Grievous. Grievous and Quaking as well, not just thundering. All of them removed. It's bad to pull those small ads. Yeah, I know, but you gotta pull them anyway. So. Puts the shield up, but the shield is higher, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure that it does, but I guess it does, so. I figured it was only from these ones that get summoned by, but I guess it's from all of them. As you see, has zero problem killing it before the channel ends.
Your false queen cannot stop us. We are the truth.
If you have a blood off, you can ratio the shields off. Yeah, too. That's helpful. Help me, Kairaka.
Deal with these operations.
Beware.
My pleasure. That's enough.
This is a cool idea for a fight, but man, it's just not executed well, I don't feel like.
Beware. That's enough. Thrown away. Beware. That's enough.
I guess it's about to die, looks like. Getting away with it. Barely. What's the boss at? 50. Just some straight out deny you from playing. Some just straight out deny you from playing keys. What? You might be behind or something. I don't know what that comment means. Well, that was easy. Control that one. This fight is actually so nerfed, it's crazy. It's such an easier fight without the affixes constantly problematic, causing problematic situations. Street. That's gonna be nice because was that 10 points? Sweet. All right.
Thank you, champion.
Covering from our initial
Life pools are
issues.
safe for the moment, but the primalists are still a threat. We must
Got one more in here today.
lest we be caught off guard again.
Ruby Life Pulse 13, upgraded Keystone. Dix Priest. Haven't seen a ton of them. Hunter, Warrior, Evoker. So now we need mostly Uldaman and Nakud. Or I guess, yeah, we can find our way in some 14s. Algathar, we could use 13. Is DK tankier than Demon Hunter? I doubt it, but I don't know because I've never played Demon Hunter. Uldaman's still your lowable, your lowest. Is it unplayable? It's hard, yeah, no doubt. I don't personally feel like it's that hard, but yeah, the bosses in there are quite difficult. Hey, Stromy, what's up, man? How you doing? Glad to see ya. I think both are susceptible to one-shots. Oh, really? Not much, man. What are you up to this week? Anything? Then again, all tanks can be one-shot. I guess if you take enough damage, any tank can be one-shot. Big facts. Oh, what do you get? Oh, well, you already have a hunter, so you get declined. Unfortunate. Just got back from work, had a crappy morning, and then an easy end of the day, so I'll take it. Well, that's good, man. I hope everything's all right for you. Going to Hershey Park tomorrow. Whoa, that sounds awesome. Is it supposed to be nice out though? I love Hershey Park. Last time I was in Hershey Park, it was that time when like the world was orange for some reason. You remember that? It's supposed to be 65, not bad. It was like the whole world was orange, you remember? Because some fires or some bullshit. Hershey's open, I guess, yeah. May, yeah, should be open. It's expensive though, man. My lungs hurt from all the ash, yeah. Hershey Highway? What's that? Oh, is that like a sex thing or something? No, this is a park. Cop and the Canadians were blowing ash at us. Yeah, I don't know why he was doing it. Fucking rude. Yeah, actually, if I can go to Hershey Park regularly, I would, man. It's so expensive, but it's such a nice park. He's probably just jealous that America's #1. I actually that's probably it, yeah. You're probably right about that now that I think about it. America rules, bro. Fucking idiot Canada. How stupid they are, man. They got fires, they can't even put them out. Like, bro, you're made of ice. You have all kinds of snow. You got more ice than probably fucking roads. You can't figure out how to put fires out? Didn't have any blind nationalism in the stream yet today. Not yet. Thanks for joining in. Just have a bear put it out or a moose. If you didn't play Blood DK, what other tank would you choose? No. Got a rogue. All right. Is there, like, Hershey's probably pretty far from you, actually. How far is that from you? Two hours, whoa. Is there not big parks in Jersey? Because that's closer to me than it is to you. That's crazy. It's only like an hour and 10 minutes. Actually, that's probably not correct, actually. I think I thought it was way closer until we drove there, and then I was like, oh, this is actually pretty far. Wife wants to get out of the house for a bit, and I suggested Six Flags, but she wants to go for a ride. Oh, cool. Well, good. Who chose? Look at this. Is the main. This is the, like, the main image for Hershey Park on the Wikipedia. Are they open? That's not the picture you want. Looks so... Yeah, it's like fucking pouring rain. There's people with umbrellas, and there's like 5 people in line at the park. That ain't what it looked like when I went there. When we went last year, it was like fucking insane. Like, it was like a 30-minute wait just to get in the door. Best pug healer. I usually find the answer to be Holy Pally. They have all the utility you might need, and they have incredible bulk, so mistakes happen that you can get out of it. Obviously, Blood DK is the answer, yeah. What the hell am I saying? Organic Knobles a bunch, and it's been fun too. Any alts this season? Nah, no, I don't really have any interest in alts. Especially with the alpha going on, like all my time's going to the second channel now. Which next Thursday and Friday, it's gonna be we're gonna really be hitting it hard. Yeah, it is actually 2 hours from me as well. It's funny. So probably drive through Philly, huh? That sucks. Hershey's like literally just take 81 for 2 hours though. It's cool. Tonight or next week? No, next Thursday. Yeah, next Thursday and Friday is when the Mop remix comes out. That I'm gonna hit hard. Aluminum baseball bat to the key, or to the system. Is New York City far from you? It's about 2 hours, yeah. So just to try it out, I've been leveling 100 in Kata pre-patch. The leveling is actually not bad, but feels slower than Wrath. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. Kata, not for me. I've done those zones way too much now. My only interest in playing the other expansions was to experience content that's no longer in the game, and we've come full circle. Now we're back to content that's back in the game. Maybe class design is interesting in Kata. I don't know that I would say it is, but where's that Pat? Is that aggro? I might have aggroed. Oh no, it's just standing right here. Just better to do the leveling in retail? Right, that's what I'm saying. Better class design in retail. But the same content. Does it have any interrupts? No, we got it. Alright. That root has outlived its value. We now have a single mob at full health. It's so tempting to pull both of these packs, man, but it's just, especially with Resto Druid, just ain't worth it. Can't like we can't even interrupt. Wait, what? What happened, everybody? We can't even interrupt when it's just one pack. I wish there was like 2 raids every patch, 1 main and one boss with Wrath. Oh yeah. That would be a lot more work on Blizzard's end, so I don't see that happening, but don't forget, like, just having a different asset set means a lot of extra work. Unless you literally just want the one boss to be in the exact same setting, just somehow in a different instance. Did anybody ever get the start one? I guess there's no way to check. Oh yeah, we got 3 of 5. Okay, we're good.
Keep the balance present.
Here, come for us, meat thieves. We rip you apart.
Run away,
What
little
you
girl.
waiting for? Bring on the meat thieves.
3, 2, 1.
Do you ever play Frost or Unholy? I played Frost on my second channel recently when I was testing out the new Rider of the Apocalypse talents. It's fun for leveling, but I don't ever play anything other than Blood DK and Mythic Plus, if that's your question.
Rip them apart.
2, 1.
Butcher and slice.
Still trying to figure out what could be my alt, so yeah. Well, if you don't know the answer quickly, then maybe you shouldn't have an alt. That's the way I feel. Like, I mean, I don't have another character that I love, so I don't play any other characters. I got my priest to 5'10", and I just got bored. I don't like casters. Oh. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I guess we got some reckoning to do before the next expansion, one way or the other.
They never see it coming. Meat.
3, 2, 1.
Fix our meat.
Hey, my hill, what's up, welcome.
Fix our meat. Butcher and slice.
Alright. Haven't seen a wipe to this boss in a while. Any Ellie Shamans around in the Pug world? Yeah, we've seen a good amount of them, actually. You can check out the spreadsheet and sort by Shaman, and honestly, you'll probably only find Ellie Shaman. I don't think we played with an enhanced Shaman yet this season.
3, 2, 1.
They never see it.
They nerfed this boss slightly, right? Oh, heavily nerfed.
Our meat. No. We're not them all.
the bleed now can expire, which is crazy. I want to do tank and bloody Calyx fun. I just don't want to waste time going to gear for mythics and suck ass at it. Well, that's pretty much the only way you'll know. You gotta try it, so. Kick, kick. I remember there was a huge key breaker back in season 2. Yeah, season 2 was way worse. Alright, I think we do one more. Brackenhide, 13, disband. Always funny when it's a Resto Druid that complains about kicks being missed. Yeah, I wonder why it's so frequently Resto Druid that complains about not having kicks in the group. In the pug group. Wonder what the common denominator there is. Wait, why does it say the 11th one? I take the kick as resto. It's easy to get. Yeah, I would too if I was playing them. Too many interrupts in this expansion that just are not negotiable. Like, you're not gonna get them all. Doing the Pandaria Mythic in Season 1 feels like it was 10 years ago. Oh, it's more than 10 years ago. Oh, you mean like actually Season 1 to now feels like 10 years ago? I think the heavy importance of interrupts is actually very annoying. Oh, really? Why annoying? I assume these guys without kick just copy-paste talents from Wowhead, which is usually a bad idea. I mean, I've seen a lot of people try to justify it as well. It's like, I get it. It's harder to use than most healers. It's harder to land than most healers. It's a bigger opportunity cost. Like, I get it. It's not ideal. And neither is dying because we don't have kicks. And then fucking complaining about it. You know, I mean, it's just like, that's just insanity. Like, that's actual insanity. Like, you're talking about people missing their kicks with 4 interrupts. One of them's a hunter. And you don't even have yours. Like, okay, well, what do you think is going to happen, bro? We're going to miss some kicks. There's going to be less kicks overall. It's just how it's going to go. Biggest problem is when 3 people kick at the same time, which happens all the time. Yep. All the melee want to get their kick going as fast as possible usually, so it's very common that 2 or even more overlap. It's either be coordinated or wipe, and you're never going to be coordinated in a pug. So the way you overcome that lack of coordination is by having more blanket, more wiggle room within the failure. Well, look at that guy, what the hell? Moo says the cow, kick says the lazy Resto Druid. Like when you don't kick anything, it doesn't go on CD. Oh, they're not doing that, yeah. People talk about that all the time, but I guess they just forget that PvP exists. That ain't happening. That would like totally change PvP. Alright, we'll do the 12 knockout even though... Yeah, I mean, it's still, we still need it, but I really want to try to get the trinket anyway. Like, we have PvP talents, we can have PvE talents, why not? That's just not how the game works either way, yeah. That wouldn't even be a talent, first of all. It's just a structural change to how interrupts work. Unless you're expecting only one class to have them work that way or something. This would be good to watch so I can actually figure out a path for this dungeon. Oh yeah. It's not really much of a path to it. The big thing is having count, which I've fucked up a few times now. This is the one I always forget to get, I think. Yeah. These 3 mobs here, we need those 3 mobs. So we need to pay attention for those. PvP talents are cool utilities, correct. Some of them would feel good at Mythic Plus. Okay. Everything just looks the same to me on the route. Well, there's not really much to it, that's what I was saying. It's just, unless you want to have count needed at the end, which is not ideal, you need to get a couple extra packs in this area. I don't know why we're talking about PvP talents. But yeah, I agree. PvP talents are fun for leveling, especially. I really enjoy having them for leveling challenges that we do. Yeah, Kristaps Porzingis. Is he actually playing? Those bolts killed people during Totem. Druid was hexed anyway, so him not having an interrupt makes no difference, right? I mean, that's not the only time people got killed, but yeah. Do you think it's better to have an interrupt or not have an interrupt? What do you think? Interrupt is like a core WoW mechanic, correct?
You're here.
Glad we have it. Me too. It's a big part of Mythic Plus. I like it as a tank. It's a fun thing to try to maximize. Did we ever decide yesterday who was better? Yeah, Michael Jordan, definitely better. That was decided before that conversation even started.
Do what must be done to prepare them. Our combined forces will meet outside Nokodan Hold. I will await you there.
I feel like there should be less useless things to interrupt.
Ride the winds of
Less useless things to interrupt. What does that mean? And more one-shot mechanics. Maybe in higher keys you'll run into that being more the case. I think probably a lot of people don't necessarily want there to be more things that one-shot in the game. Michael Jordan was a much better baseball player. That's also true. That's a great point. The way the argument got solved yesterday, if you guys didn't see it, it all came down to this one topic, and I hadn't thought about it until Jix brought it up, but which Space Jam was better? That's all you need to say. Because one guy has integrity, and the other guy doesn't. Michael Jordan never would have let the new Space Jam, like if that was what the end result of that film is, he would have made sure it never got the light of day, you know? But LeBron James was fine with it. He endorsed it. That's all you need to see. That translates to everything they do in their basketball careers and their lives, probably. There's only one Space Jam, exactly. Conversation over. Didn't Michael Jordan have a massive gambling problem? I guess so. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday as well. I never knew about that. Faxi said there's like speculation that's why he didn't play for those years. It's because the league either had to kick him out or he had to leave or something. That Michael Jordan documentary was a great watch. Yeah, I never watched it. Alright, we got a nice colorful group here. Restoration Shaman. It's good. This is a good comp for this dungeon. 2 melee, Resto Shaman. We're getting plenty of kicks in the storm in the second area, third area. Hopefully we'll have the... I mean, we have great bulk too, right? Wow. Red Pally and Demon Hunter. Should be good. Let's see, is this guy Bombkin or... He looks like he might be feral. Oh, he's Bombkin. Okay. That's an interesting transmog. Using those new weapons. 5 kicks should work nicely. Yes, indeed. Better than 4. Rogue looking Bombkin. Yeah, that's not looking like a Bombkin to me at all, but whatever. Hopefully it won't be a transmog contest. Because obviously nobody's beating this fucking sword, so good luck to you. I can't wait for like years from now and nobody knows where this sword is from. It's going to be literally every single stream. There's going to be tons of questions about it.
5.
Where the fuck did you get that sword? 3.5 years ago, I got it from the trading post. Alright, here we go.
Good.
Last key of the day, one way or the other.
I welcome Onora's rage. When good, you are here. I welcome Onora's rage. The Tirai, Shikar, and Onir clans must rally to free her and defeat Balakar Khan.
I can spare no hunters for the Kanamatra now. The proto-dragon Granny was nearly in our grasp when Balakar's warriors ambushed us. We must retake our weapons and drive the Nokud back. When Granny's blood soaks the ground, our purposes can align. Beware.
Now I'm gonna get stunned. Didn't even see that when I pressed the button. What was this trading post? Is it like a battle pass? Yeah, that's funny. 5 years from now, that's what people would be saying. I missed the trading post. Ever you hear that comment? Why didn't you go to the twins first? Are they actually twins? I didn't even realize that. Maybe. I guess there's no evidence they're not twins, right? Yeah.
2 more remain.
Whoa, what the hell? Did he just move his Spirit Link? I didn't even know you could do that.
Beware. 3, 2, 1.
Remember when there used to be 2 charges of Spirit Link? I think that was the Mop or Wad.
Beware.
Maybe that was Healing Tide that I'm thinking of. You can relocate the totem, huh? I did not know you could do that. I didn't feel like it needed to be relocated there, but I guess it's cool that you can. Run, Charlie. We played with this guy the other day. Or maybe I only saw him in the queue, but I thought it was Faxi's alt or something. I love the theme of this dungeon though. It's so badass. This is such a cool dungeon. I love how it's night out too, and it's like the drums of war are just going fucking ham. Just somebody's just fucking banging on that thing. Like, it's not just like a little beat, it's a big beat. Okay, it's toasted on mana though. That's another guy without acid rain. Alright, he has it at least. Just didn't seem to put it down, I guess. Granted, you're not gonna dispose of many people, bro. It's an easy fight. Hate to tell you, but you're the easiest fight in the fucking dungeon. Sorry about that. Probably wipe to it now, watch.
Destroy and dismantle.
3, 2, 1. This land is mine. Run away. Tremble before primal power.
Oh, really immobilizing this ad. Not enough though. Somehow it still got to its target. I guess I should have slowed it. That nearly one-shot that druid though, I think. Is healer struggling? Yeah, we're not gonna do this fight at all, looks like. This healer's struggling. Big time. Here's hoping Blizzard continues with good dungeons, progressively better, starting with Shadowlands. I agree and hope so that they will continue. Okay. That demon hunter lagging or something? What's he doing? Just stood underneath that, didn't even fight him. He's probably lagging, yeah. He's also doing less damage than me. Unfortunate way to end the day if that is how it ends.
This land is mine. Tremble before primal power.
And the fight doesn't necessarily get that much harder with 4 players. Feeling that ad is gonna be a pain, but boss doesn't like do more damage the longer the fight goes or anything. Gives us more opportunity to use the weapons.
3, 2, 1.
Where's this guy going? He's like walking that way. Solar Storm hit the Demon Hunter. Oh shit, you might actually be right. Yeah, because does he live somewhere where it's already midnight? Oh fuck, you might be right actually. I didn't even think. Good thing that stream's about to end because there's probably gonna be a lot of problems with that. Yeah, because like in Europe it's already midnight, right? So that's probably actually exactly what it was. I wish they brought back class halls. They're still there. You mean like made more content for them? That was a cool idea, but honestly it didn't really make a lot of sense from the lower perspective of it. I think they only did class halls because they wanted to do legendaries and they had to have a central location for all 3 legendaries to be acquired. I mean, like, we're actually like fine here. Just gonna close boss down. What happens there? Does that miss if he runs away from me while I'm fighting him with the weapon? People that don't know about Solar Storm, lots of keys gonna be brick tonight. Oh yeah. Gonna be lots of solar storms. Is he actually back? He's back! Solar Storm wasn't that big of a deal, I guess. America #1. Back to my previous comment. Yes, sir. America rules, bro. We were just saying that before. America fucking rules, bro. Like anybody says other. Holy shit, man. I feel bad for other, especially if you live in like fucking Cuba or something like that. It's like basically like a subsidiary of the best country. What's your best fucking import from Cuba? Baseball players? Yeah, Cuba, right? Like what? Got fucking cigar and baseball, that's it. It's 22:37 p.m. You normally put p.m. when it's 22 like that?
Their primalist allies have placed totems that protect this raging tempest. Find them and destroy them.
3, 2,
Truly a blasphemous idol. Continue your work.
1900 p.m. clock. Cigars, or are those still banned? Yeah, they are banned. Yeah, they're gonna be permanently banned. United States and Cuba will probably never fix that issue. Let's just see what would medieval American Empire look like. Oh, it would have been amazing. Would have been amazing, but yeah, they didn't have boats or whatever, the Native Americans. They're too busy communicating with aliens or whatever. Looks like that Boomy is causing a solar storm of his own. Yep. Disrupting the key for 6 months. This bad, mediocre AoE DPS. Get it? Because the spells are solar themed. I got that, yeah. And the guy in the stream brought up, so yeah, I got it. I see all that now. Well connected there, Strummy. So what I did now, stay with me. Alright, let's hear it. Hate this patch just because casters are that much better than melee. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would agree with that, honestly. What do you think is the best caster, and what do you think is the best melee right now? I tied the two together hilariously. Oh, okay, that's not bad. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Oh yeah. Well, that's good. Ret Pally probably best melee. 1 minute burst windows. Yep. I agree with the Ret. I thought that guy was gonna aggro that shit up there. I've heard jokes are funnier when you explain them in detail. Oh, probably true, yeah. Right, and you think mage is best? Really? I don't agree with that. I'd say Shadow Priest, like, they're doing very good damage. The utility kit isn't crazy, but they have enough niche utility that they can be very valuable. Devoker is really good too. Oh yeah, mage is mediocre. I wouldn't say mage is good right now. Not in the pug world. Red is great, that's why I switched to prot. Why? Don't want to be lumped in with the flavor of the month guys. Casters like you can't even decide Destro, Shadow, Dev, or Og. Destro. Yeah, I haven't really seen Destro be as good as people are saying it is. Dev is definitely way better than Og. Og is like a totally non-starter in my eyes. With Dev as strong as it is, Og is very bad. But yeah, Shadow's very good damage. And so is Dev. Other than that, I'd say Ret and Demon Hunter are both very competitive, if not better. I'd say Ret's the #1 spec in the game right now. I'd see a Ret Pally in every single queue if I could. That sure depends on how tank pulls. You have to play around them. Ah, we don't do that here. I can't play your character too, sorry. I ain't good enough for that. Destro's like Fire Mage wasn't BFA, is it? That fail rate is just absurd this week. On Wednesday I had a streak of 10 disbands as well. Yeah, it's been really bad this week, which is unfortunate because I don't feel like the keys are that hard. Just a lot of people not taking Tyrannical serious. I feel like it's not that uncommon at the moment. No, it's happening to us, it's probably happening to a lot of people. Remember how mad they would get if you didn't pull within their CDs? Yeah, I remember. I ran with a Windwalker that was topping charts. Oh yeah, Windwalker is actually really good offense too, but they're pretty squishy right now, I feel like. So you're not going to see a ton of them, but they're very good damage dealers. I hear they roll off things a lot. No, that's just cop pretty much.
Beware.
Popping that one guy from that Shadowlands key I highlighted. I was lucky enough to get a rage heart in my Windwalker to help with survivability. Yeah, you can actually just buy a rage heart too, right? That's actually really interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Beware.
The bullions allow you to just buy tank trinkets, right? That's cool. Sucks that most melee have less utility than casters. That blocks them from pushing high keys. I don't agree with that either. Definitely don't agree with that.
Beware.
Melee's usually got way more utility than ranged.
Beware.
Top like 300 runs as 2 melee DPS. And that's not the only place to look at it. You can also just look at the kit that they have. What melee DPS do you think has worse utility than what ranged?
Beware.
Windwalker has great utility, yep. Windwalker, like the top 3 that we just listed, are all excellent in terms of utility right now as well.
Beware.
Yeah, DK, DPS is definitely... DK and Warrior are the ones, the bad ones, but... Something like Rogue, Demon Hunter, Monk, these are really, really heavy utility picks.
Beware.
They bring a ton.
Beware.
Time to 12 this week with 2 warriors in my group. Oh wow. That's really putting a lot of pressure on the the interrupting, or the ceasing, I mean. Are you just letting these go? What are you doing? You have fucking 8 stacks. You need to refresh there. You can easily replace mage outside of Wolfer's keys, and those are irrelevant to everyone but like 15 people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mage is probably the most overrated. I've never seen anything more overrated than Mage these last 2 seasons.
Beware.
And same thing with Og there. Obviously, a lot of utility, but you're sacrificing a lot. Healer, you need Burt all 10. Burt? What the fuck does Burt mean?
Clan Ukel has allied with Clan Nokud. Today, they will regret that alliance. They have desecrated the graves of our first ancestors, Tira and Maruk. Destroy these
People go look at ladder and see Shadow Priest, Destro, Mage, Og, and won't invite anything else. Yeah, those people are not intelligent. What the hell's going on over there? There's like a bunch of friendly mobs over here.
I will stop on your grave.
Stomp on your grave. That's not even an insult. Like they think you need Vengeance, Resto Good 3 caster combo to do a 10. Unpopular opinion, but I prefer Dev over Og. I don't think that's unpopular. Dev is definitely way better than Og right now. Those centaurs are just chilling while the other dudes are reviving ancestors. That's what I'm saying, bro. You want to come out help out? You want us to do all the fucking work? Meta chasers? Yeah, they're lost. Worrying about that at this level are definitely just making their own lives harder. Hog brings more survival and higher keys. Yep. But you and I aren't doing them, so that's a whole different conversation. Okay. So where is that? It's that patrol right there. I need to get that pack. Somehow.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see where it actually... I think we can probably drag these down to it. Yeah, it's gonna come back around, it looks like. Equip them up. It's funny that when you have a route cemented into memory, it becomes muscle memory pretty quick. I pull the exact same way in here every time now. I don't even look at count. Yeah, I mean that's how I tank as well, and that's why I'm so hesitant to change things up on the fly, because it makes me play like so much worse when I have to constantly be thinking about what we're doing over and over again.
Eagles will feast on your flesh.
The Eagles, they're not gonna do shit. Can't win a fucking playoff game to save their lives. When you talked about warriors having a chain, were you thinking of the garage cinematic and mop? No. Why does he... What is that? I don't even know what that is. What trinkets do you have on? I have the Cheat Death trinket and the Alchemy trinket on still from last season.
Praise me again.
When he's fighting the panda dude, he throws a chain and he pulls him towards pretty much exactly like you said. Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Time to cook dinner, but thoroughly enjoyed listening in and watching while I did some prog on the Shadow Priest. Alright, sweet man. Well, we should be good again tomorrow for another day, so maybe we'll see you there. Did you farm hard mode for the upgrade CD trinket? No, I have not. Not even gotten a new one from this season yet. I don't have enough time for all these different things outside of Mythic Plus right now, so. That trinket's probably just not getting upgraded this season, we'll see. That is the best cinematic in WoW's history. It's just like a, isn't that just like an in-game cutscene type thing? Mob story was actually really good though. That's probably the last time I cared about the story. I remember being invested because of the old god connection. Once my friend Vic told me about the Mantid being like heavy old god worshippers, and then basically saying like as soon as the old gods come back, we're switching sides. I was like, all right, they're my favorite characters in the game. Because you got to respect the hell out of that. Like, I had total respect for that. I wish that I could be that convicted to something. And be that forthcoming with it. That's why it's so impressive. It's one thing to be convicted, but to be convicted and blatantly like telling people about that conviction is crazy. I don't know why you're running away from this. We would have been there by now if you guys killed it. Guess they can start the RP, right? You need to come up here and start the RP. Alright, so these guys are twins or what? We'll see, I don't know. They don't look very similar. 13.5 minutes, why would we not lose?
You shall pay for this blasphemy with your lives. Run away before me.
Twins or are they lovers? It could be both, right? Like the Lannisters. Yeah, it could be both. Some Game of Thrones shit, yep. Game of Thrones was enjoyable.
Away from him.
After season 1? Well, you didn't like season 1, is that what you're saying? Season 1 has some of like the coolest scenes. Tywin, he makes his like first appearance and he's skinning the fucking goat or skinning the deer. That's so cool. He did that. That was really him doing it too. Charles Dance actually had to skin that fucking deer. Pretty crazy. Too many 18 plus scenes. Yeah, a little bit of a heavy nudity in that. I think it was like episode 2 or something like that. I was talking to somebody a while ago that they said like they always watch TV. I was like I was like watching it with their like significant other's mother. They always watch TV together. And they watched that show together and it was like it could be so fucking awkward, I could imagine. Going to watch the fights tomorrow? What fight? I didn't even know there was fights. Probably not now. I don't really. If you're talking about UFC, I don't really watch them anymore, unfortunately. They're gone too late. She and her husband Maruk, not twins. We'll see. I love Game of Thrones, and I gladly recommend it to other people. And from watching the first few episodes, they would be like, "What did you make me watch?" Yeah, it's pretty graphic in the beginning. That's how HBO was forever. I'm sure it's actually killing people here. Outside of the healer being dead. This quick shot just does damage, I guess. Easier to stack when you only get 2. Oh, that does damage too, I guess. This fight hurts a bit, yep. Derek Lewis is the headliner. A lot of good up-and-coming fighters. Oh, cool.
Away from him.
He will take his short tap again if he wins, most likely. Oh, that'd be cool.
My children.
Derek Lewis, like one of the funniest fucking pro athletes ever. Just like doesn't give a fuck. But he's got a crazy backstory too, man. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast and it was like, wow. Sad story. Like his family is like, they're just too hood, man. Like he bought a fucking car for his mom and she sold it so she could like buy drugs or something like that. He fucked up. The effects. I think it'll be a typical Derek Lewis fight. He'll either be completely outclassed or I'll land one punch. Yeah, that's how it seems to go for him. He's the antithesis of a technical fighter. Yeah, I mean, in that interview too, he basically admitted that like he never really learned how to fight properly. He just got into a lot of fights outside, you know, like out in the real world, and that was his experience. Thank God for the heavyweight division. That's why Tom Aspinall is so good. He's one of the only technical fighters that's heavy. I was really thinking Cyril Gahn was going to be like the guy to shake up the division, but yeah, I don't. Has he fought? Like, when was the last time that dude fought? June brings us so many good fights. Oh, really? Remember when Derek Lewis beat Francis? I do, yeah. Yeah, that was a low point in his career. Big issue there for the heavyweight division at that point. They were trying to fast track Ngannou there. The worst fight ever. Everyone was booing. Oh, really? I don't remember that part. Was he just dancing? I think he was just like trying to not get hit by him, right? Was it just a decision? I guess obviously it was, yeah. Oh, I use slap hands. Honestly, when does he transition? Is it 40? Probably gonna be back up, but not in the very beginning of the phase. Oh no, it's 60. Fuck it, we're done. We got grips at least, though. Alright. No interrupts. We had multiple up and we just didn't use it. Any more luck and keys? Not as much as we should have had, but things did turn around after that 10 disband streak. There wasn't John. Most of the fights were very bad grappling. If I remember correctly, I don't think there were any big moments in the entire fight. Oh, I see. Yeah. Very bad grappling, that's funny. Another disband on this boss. This really sucks because this fight I don't feel like is that hard. I mean, if these guys can stay alive, we might still be able to kill us in 3.5 minutes. Plus is gonna come up too. Only hard when you don't interrupt ads. Well, that part, that's something different. But to die in this phase, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know how they die. I guess there's some big damage going out, but I don't really see it very often. Seems like it's relatively inconsistent. Not very frequent, I guess, more so. Oh, that's unfortunate. Most of the phase is avoidable. That's what I thought, yeah. Dirty Chugs, welcome. Based on this number, you think we upgrade this if nobody else dies? 2.5 minutes. I mean, maybe, yeah, probably, right? Yeah, Les is up.
3, 2, 1. Beware.
Please get this mob. And the healer is totally fine on mana, so yeah, I think it's probably good. Unless we miss an incorporeal, which is very... not doing a very good job getting them. I don't think the paladin even has this because I've not seen him try to use it on this portion of the fight at all. Hopefully, the next, as long as we don't keep getting 2, it's fine. It's really hard for me to get it while I'm pinging this boss. Oh my fucking god, are you serious? Did he just get hit by the goddamn fucking frontal? Man, healers really just get carried, it's crazy. I think we still have it. As long as I don't die. Cheat death. Basically, if 2 corporal spawn in 7 seconds, it's over. I think it's good though. It's gonna be dead before that. What a fucking ending. What a fucking ending. Those guys sat dead for like 5 minutes. Watch us fight that boss for 5 minutes and then you get your upgrade. That's crazy.
Weapon will
Pretty
be
wild.
broken.
Not even close. Does this guy have turn evil?
Not take a
Nope.
place of honor with
Yeah,
the
so literally if
ancestral
the
cause.
incorporeal spawned there, we were gonna wipe.
My thanks, outsider. Onara now flies free, and without Balakar's influence, Clan Noku may heal.
You dragged him across the finish line. Yeah, pretty much. That's wild. But anyway, at least we got that. That was a nice upgrade. We really needed that. No trinket though, sadly. Was that 12? I think it was 12, right? What's your IO now? 2968 apparently. So Ultimate is the big X factor. If we can upgrade that key, then we will have 3K this week. But if not, then no shot really. I quitted the game. I find impossible people so hard at this game, making good players time miserable Sag. That sounds like everybody's winning in that case. Alright, let's see. Add this to the sheet and then we're done. Shaman, Demon Hunter, Paladin, Android. How was the day? Decent? I mean, I guess so. We had 4 upgrades, which is fine. 5 finished keys and 6 disbands, so it's alright. The week is not looking good though. Well, actually it was up to, I think it was like 75+% at one point disband rate, but it's down to 63 now, so that's good. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. One more shot at this. I really wanted to hit 3K before Mob Remix comes out, so tomorrow for sure. And then don't forget next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and that's how we're gonna get. And then it's Mob Remix all week, so that'll be on the second channel, so stay tuned for that. Cop streaming, I got him hosted hopefully, so we'll see you guys over there. Make sure you guys stay hi to him. And that's that. We'll see you guys tomorrow hopefully. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.